Hello?
The EN servers, Sunma God, Korak.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
I had to plug it at some point. Now, as everyone's aware, our league rules tonight are Aka Ari, Tobinashi, Atamahane Ari, Kirigai Mangan, and no abortive draws. We have a 30-10 Uma with a effectively a 20k Orca, which brings us to a effective 50-10 -10 -30 Uma. Looking at our current scores very quickly, we are... Suddenly I can't find them. Here we are. We have Chombo Nomi currently in first at 260.6. AU NSW Wanderers in second at 162.7, followed by Tile Dreaming at 97.5 and Notice Me Tenpai at -12.6. In the first game tonight, we have Lau playing for Chombo Nomi, Rariel for Tile Dreaming, and AU NSW Wanderers fielding Mizuru and Veggie for Notice Me Tenpai. Korak, if I were just to ask you, who do you think has the current advantage going into the last four games? One would say Chombo Nomi have quite a significant advantage holding the current first place. Or do you feel like, maybe AU NSW Wanderers off of a hot streak in the final so far might come in close?
No, it's Chumbo Nomi. There's no way to get around the 100-point lead over 4 Hanchan. Even with the wild swings with the Uma and Oka in this set, it's still only 4 matches, and I'd much rather be ahead by 100 than behind by 100.
Yep, and so we should be around 2 minutes out from the games now. Nosti, would you agree with Korak's sentiment right now, or do you have some other mindset?
Yeah, I think going into the last 4 Hanchan, is it 4 Hanchan? Definitely Chombo Nomi has a pretty commanding lead, 100 points. However, we saw that, just like in the M League, anything can happen. Like one last from, Kondo Seiichi and then one first from, I can't remember who it was, from Pirates, definitely can have a, gyakten, like a reverse victory, like a comeback victory. So, it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, and that's I actually guess I agree with both sentiments actually. As Korak said, I'd much rather be in first place rather than second place chasing, but it does apply a little bit of pressure to not not drop points here and there. So for the first game, we have Mizuru in the east seat, Lao Sabao in the south seat, Rariel in the west, and Veggie in the north. If you were wondering, in team order, that is AUNSW, Chombo Nomi, Tile Dreaming, followed by Notice Me Tenpai. With that, we are loading into the games right now. Hopefully, the Mahjong Soul servers are kind to us today and load in. Which they do very well. Veggie with the first emote of the night. Nosti, could you just open up the hands, please?
Yes, I will do that.
Yeah, wonderful. All right, so East 1 of Game 5 of the finals. Dora is currently the 8-pin. Very good shapes here for Mizuru, but no copies of the Dora. An early call of the Chun for Rariel, and 2 Doras each for Veggie and Lao. How do you guys feel about these hands? I personally think even without the Dora, I value Mizuru's hand here, even though it looks a little bit awkward. What about you guys?
Mizuru has a really good hand, really good shapes. Not too much value, though you may be able to back into a Sanchuku, especially with that draw. What an amazing draw.
5 so there was really good.
I really like Veggie's hand here. You have so much value. You're probably going to end up on that annoying Penchon, but you have Dora, you have Some other options you can go with, especially if that 8-pin pairs up, you can open for Tanya Mungun. And Ariel has this weird situation where it's possible Shosangen or Daisangen Toy Honetsu.
Yeah, so we are, depending on who draws what, we're definitely in store for a very explosive East 1, I think, of Game 5. Nosti, coming from a player's perspective during the preliminary series, do you have any insight on how these players might play during the final series, or do you think their teams may have set some kind of strategy going into these games?
I definitely think there will be some strategy within the games. I did talk to one person yesterday from one of these teams. Gonna keep that a secret, and they are actually strategizing a bit in the last game. So definitely there will be some strategy in play. And we might not actually see how they normally play in like normal ladder games on either March Soul and Tenho, but definitely following a more strategical approach in the last game is what I predict.
Oh, okay. That does sound exciting. So stay tuned for that. Now we see whilst Maizuru, or rather Mai, has progressed their hand, managing to draw into a Dora here. Reriel has kind of stagnated and actually drops the Haku, giving up on Shosangen possibility, as Daisangen possibility chance is dead.
The person that's really suffering here is Veggie with that 7, 8, 9 backfire now. This could be Richi, Pinfu, Dora 2 waiting on 1 Formon, which would be really good.
It does seem that oh wait, no, I'm
here we go.
Yeah,
Dora comes out. Now the question is, you gonna Richi or take the Domiton?
So Mai does decide to Dharma here. Do you feel like this is probably a nice reach, or do you agree with this Dharma?
Well, we're about to find out very quickly because Veggie has all 4 of them. I would normally Richi, but then again, I always choose Richi when given the option.
Yeah, as what do you not understand about Richi, Mr. Korak? We do, as you did mention, Veggie does reach now, pretty much sealing those 6 months away for Maizuru on a 1 4-month wait now. Funnily enough, though, Mai also happens to be hoarding a couple of those 4 months themselves. Does switch out here, so in a very wide, actually not so wide anymore. 5. This is like 5-6. Yeah, 5-6. Wait.
Whoa!
Wow! Also 10 pies. 4-6 bamboo.
So he does actually get the Kandora, leaving him with 4 2 but it doesn't matter because he didn't win with his 4 2-sos.
Yeah, a possibly very explosive hand, just defused by the fact that we don't have enough tiles to see anyone finish their hands. Rukoku for East 1, now onto East 1-1. 1 reach stick in the middle. Pair of West Wind for Maizuru, and unfortunately not all too much else. Great shapes in the Manzu for Lao, and lots of Dora for Veggie, but I'm looking at Rario and I don't see much in there, unfortunately, for him.
Rariel has a way to back into maybe a Junchan or even Itsu with this now, but it's pretty slow. Lao has the best hand. There's no way around that. Veggie has some potential, especially with that pair up. Now this is a really good hand. The problem's going to be getting that last 7. So, because then it's Ipeco, Dora, 4?
Definitely. Yeah, I think I agree with you. The key to this hand for Veggie will definitely be in some way securing that 5, so either by drawing it within the next maybe like, I don't know, 6 turns or having someone deal in after they reach, but it might be a tall task to ask for. Now, it does have an opportunity to cut the 8-9, so switching into an easier to grab Freeman, but does hold on to the Dora here for Veggie. Meanwhile, slow but steady progression for Maizuru. 4-pin now is quite good, but still a little bit far away and does have difficulty incorporating the door into the hand unless they draw exactly 7 bamboo or another copy. So it might be a little bit awkward there.
And that really hurts Veggie because now there's only 1/7 so left. It needed to get to Tenpai 1 turn earlier, and it comes out with the Dama. Although that helps immensely.
That definitely helps. So instead of Hanchan 7, so they do have a possibility to switch into a 8-9 or even 5-9, 5-8 Shabo, depending on how the hand tenpais. That may have actually been best case scenario there. Well, best case scenario would be drawing the last 7 bamboo, but 8.
Well, Veggie's getting very tempted because that is the last 8. So the problem here is going to be getting rid of that 9-pin because there's no way you can get a Yaku otherwise. If you kept the 2-4 earlier, this would be an option to move forward. But now we're going to see how this ends up. And there's a pretty decent chance this ends in Furi 10.
Yeah, Veggie is the 8S pawn is really good, especially because it's Dora, but I don't see an easy way to progress the hand here. And we do see 2 immediate, rather pretty quickly following reaches from both Lau and Reriel. We're looking at 3-pin Hanchan versus 6.
Oh, that's a perfect tile to call. You call the 5 there. You're waiting on 3-6. The 4 look reasonably safe. It's Nakasuji to both.
Definitely.
That would have been an instant call for me.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to matter though. Tenpai here. 4, 5, 8. Oh, I guess the weights are dead, and Veggie does decide to sidestep it a little. I still feel like even with that, I do agree with you. That 5-pin probably should have been cold. Even so, reach Sumo Itsu for Reriel, an 8,000 point hand to finally kick off the game. So the race has begun. Dora free for Reriel now. So Lau's dealership in East 2, we do have a double ton possibility for him. However, my eyes just keep gravitating to Reriel's hand. Routing out a 7, 8, 9 pin shape now as well. Do you feel like anyone else has a hand to compete with this, or do you feel like it might be a little bit too slow?
Maizuru has some chances here, especially if you can get like a 4-mon. That's exactly the tile I was thinking of. Now you have plenty of Ricci, Dora 2s, and Reriel's hand, though it looks good, is still pretty far away. You have a couple shapes you have to close up. The 8 doesn't help. It's kind of a backfire, but not really. You still have that Haku. You still need the 8-mon. You need a pair if you're not going to use the 5. So it's not quite as good as it looks.
Yeah.
Now, I don't like the 6-mon cut by Maizuru because you give up the Ipeco option.
Your thoughts, Nosti?
Well, I was sort of gonna it's a it's a Ricci from Maizuru, but I was about to mention Veggie was also Ishan 10 as well, so he also had a chance to compete. But anyway, Maizuru did actually take the Kanchan 6-0 Ricci, and looks like a pretty good Ricci, pretty good hand. I think now really is the question is whether Reriel does actually fold, and he actually folds on a Hatsu, which It's pretty hard fold with a Dora 3. You need some
Mm.
bravery to actually do that.
Yeah, I'd have definitely pushed that. This hand's going to be harder to defend the longer it continues. The 8-pin's really the last safe tile now. So you've already exposed your hand trying to back into maybe an 7-8-9 Sanshoku, but you had value. It's a non-dealer reach. You should have pushed there, in my opinion.
I actually definitely agree. Like ladder aside, whether or not it may have been the correct play, which that's a whole nother discussion. Considering his team currently in the point standings, I feel like that's a hard push. Third place at I believe it's 70, around 70 points behind. This should not be a fold. This might be a massive missed chance for Ariel here. So progressive, anyway, that aside, folding from Rariel, and it looks like also kind of a, half fold, half push for Veggie. Meanwhile, Lau kind of stepping around the reach so far. Do you feel like
I called the 2-pin there as well and got the K10. I'm not liking how Ariel's playing this hand. Veggie's in a situation where trying to work around, but now it's just a hard fold. Figures Tempai is probably too hard at this point. Lau's playing pretty straightforward here as well.
Well, he got to K10 anyway, like Ruriel, that is.
Yeah. Lucky draw on, I believe it was the 7 so there, grabs himself 10 pi for at least 1,500 points at the end of this round. Meanwhile, Lau draws the 6 so and sidesteps out of the way. Now, is this... don't believe this is 10 pi yet. So still not 10 pi for Lau, missing out on double east chance.
10杯だよ
Exhaustive draw. Now, wasn't paying attention, but it looks like Rariel dodged out of the way right at the end after drawing the west.
Didn't want to throw the Shonpai. Probably worth it based on average value. The problem is none of them had come out, so the question is who has a pair. And sure enough, Maizuru had the pair, but it wasn't a Champone.
Yeah. Yeah, so moving into East 3 now, one Honba carries over from the previous dealer Noten. Double East chance for Rariel, Hatsu pair for Lau, and a pair of South Winds for Maizuru, and a very fast looking hand at that. Veggie, however, also has a decently shaped hand, big Tan Yao possibility, but not quite as fast as a shape here. Whose hand would you value at the most right now? Do you feel like the speed from Maizuru is the most important, or are you looking at some kind of big value, maybe a Honitsu double east Rariel?
Rariel has by far the best hand in this. Pawn the east, and you're already really close. And here it comes.
So that's a double east pawn now. Surely the north here. Yep, so the north does come out. It has the uncon of the 8, so but that shapes into a 7, 8, 9 and triplet of the 8. So depending on how you look at it, might actually have a loose Dora to incorporate into their hand, or a confirmed Dora with a loose 9 so. 9 so.
You could call for Tempai here. Let's see. No, can you? No, I'm sorry. I missed the other one. But that draw will do it, waiting on 3 so, of course.
Get Jay on the line. Praise 3 so. Tempai now for Rariel.
Oh, so actually,
I would
just
probably.
Just then Veggie actually threw out the 1 so, which he didn't want to take Tempai by throwing the 5 so. That makes sense because Virial is going for Honitsu, even though it doesn't quite look like it at this point.
Definitely an interesting progression. Would you argue that maybe like 1 so could deal in anyway, or is this more of like a Well, I really don't want to throw 5-so, but I also really don't want to give up on the chance to win. I'll in between with 1-so.
Well, the thinking here is it's the Dora indicator, so anything it deals into is going to be bare minimum Mongon and probably Hanemon Plus. The one, on the other hand, looks like it may be Mongon, but you're not even certain that Rariel has Honitsu now. You look at the discard, and there's a 3, a 7, and a 4 pin, and nothing else. But with Tempai, waiting on the 4-7 for Ricci, Tanya, Dora is a really good place to be.
Yeah, Veggie hits Tenpai and like with the speed of his reach animation declares reach immediately. Unfortunately for him though, Lao does drop the 3-so into Rariel's double East Honitsu Dora for plus 12,000 points. So Rariel carrying a little bit of momentum from his previous win, grabs another Mangan here. Chombo Nomi now probably a little bit worried at their current point margin. Thankfully for them, AUS it's not Maizuru in the lead for AU NSW Wanderers, so could be worse. But last place is definitely not where you want to be right now.
Yeah.
Right, that was a pretty hard push.
Yeah, it was. Lao obviously wasn't in the. Is not in the church of the 3-so. That's why he just immediately threw 3-so on the Ipatsurichi into the Rariel hand. Would you agree with that?
Well, 12,000 points later, no.
No. Yeah, 3-so. I'd have to have a look at the hand again to make a solid argument for it, but I don't feel like 3-so was the best discard there. Now, East 3 now, 2 Honda. Rariel grabs another dealership for themselves with that win as well. Quite an Ishan 10 shape for Maizuru here, I think. Well, Ishan... Actually, this might be Tushan.
No,
it is
Ishan.
Yeah, it is Ishan.
It's just a really terrible one because the 1-so is dead. You'd be waiting on the 5-so alone. So even if you got Tempai, I wouldn't take it.
Could definitely even switch this out into like a Tanyao, Pinfu, Dora shape. So, you know, not the best Ishan 10 in the world, but a pretty nice Tushan 10.
Well, this is an interesting situation. Do you cut the 1-so and go for the Sanshoku chance? Yeah, I really like that play. If you aren't going to take the Tempai, there's no reason to just continue playing straightforward. You're trying to get some value out of this and have a weight that isn't just terrible.
Now, an interesting Chi opportunity here for Maizuru. Can take the Fremon Chi into it. Doesn't take the Chi.
Oh, I'd have taken that Tanyao Sanshoku Dora too. That's Mongon right there.
Yeah, I feel like that was a great Chi. Doesn't take it, however. Now, Veggie has taken 3 calls now. Hut's 2-man, 1 pin, definitely hardlining towards Toy Dora shape here, but might become a little bit vulnerable if anyone manages to Tempai. Should just make a quick mention. Maizuru picks up the 7 pin and decides to give up on the Sunshoku chance in favor of straight efficiency. Rariel Tenpai's waiting on Kanchan 7 pin, and Veggie also Tenpai's drawing the 3 pin, waiting on Kanchan 4 pin. So a little bit of a fight here. Red 5 might scare Veggie a little bit, but not much to defend with here.
Oh,
you could push the red 5 a little more than normal because of the 2-man call earlier. But it does seem weird keeping that 1-man for safety. I would have gone ahead and pushed it.
Maizuru picks up another 7 pin and dodges out of the way a little bit here. You know, doesn't really want to deal into a dealer reach, so holding on to that 7 pin does turn out to be pretty good for them so far. Lao Tenpai now reaches Kanchan 6 pin. So we are looking at a 1 versus 1 left in the wall, I believe, if I'm reading this correctly.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It's just not a good situation, but both hands are, of course, you're going to reach you. Lau with the Sanchuku and Ruriel with the Dealer Ricci.
Yeah, Veggie back into 10 pine now as well. 4-pin Hanchan doesn't manage to get there. Pins turning out to be pretty expensive that round. 1,000 each for Veggie, Ruriel, and Lau. Much needed points for Lau, but had to throw the stick in there. Doesn't quite manage to secure a win. East free Honda now. 2 reach sticks in the middle. Just a quick glance around. Pretty bad hands all around. Maybe Lau with the most possibilities. Tanyao, Toy, maybe even Sulanko.
I think Veggie probably has the best hand here. It's not expensive at all, but with that pot of 2,900, you don't need anything fancy. You just want to win. And so you call the East, and then this hand moves relatively straightforward.
Yeah, definitely. Does also have a copy of the Dora there. So, at worst, this is probably looking at maybe 2,000 plus, as you mentioned, the 2,900 in the middle. So, yeah. Nothing fancy, just hard lining for points here. Does cut the 2 bamboo in favor of the ponable chances. Meanwhile, Maizuru picks up the Chi, looking towards maybe a Sanshoku. Or
Looks
even
like Sanshoku Chanta is the attempt here.
Yeah, even Shanta is a possibility as well. Meanwhile, Ruriel, definitely progressing the hand a little bit here. Picks up a couple pairs and the Unko of the 5-pin. And Lau, kind of missing out. Hasn't drawn anything all too good recently.
Well, Veggie gets a nice draw to fill in that Kanchan. Now just needs the 1 and the 2, might even Chi the 3 if it comes out, although I wouldn't like that. Ooh, now that is so tempting. I'd probably call the red 5. And Maizuru is now Tempai, waiting on 2-man for Chanta.
Yeah, honestly, if you ask me, I would have not expected Maizuru's hand to progress as far as it did. As you've mentioned, Tenpai now on the 2-man, 3 of which are held in Lau's hands only.
And Ruriel's
got one. Yeah, so it is actually floating dead right now.
Yeah, so this is a backfire on Veggie's play. So if he keeps the 4, he had the 2-pin pair. That draw gets him to a 3-sided Tempai weight.
Was hoping to draw into maybe another 5-pin to switch around the shape into a Runman, but as you have mentioned, misses the Sunman-chan conversion possibility. Now, 3-pin wise, they are 3 of which are in the wall, 2 of which are in the wall now. Maizuru will deal in here. East Dora for Veggie, 2,000 plus the 2,900 in the middle. Very important points for his current standing in the game, but also his team. Veggie dealership now, East 4.
It always feels good to win a hand where there's more in the middle than your hand value.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Now, pair of the South Wind for Maizuru, and not much else elsewhere. Maybe Veggie with pretty fast shapes, but, similarly to last hand, not a lot of value. Like, looking around, not a lot of value on anyone's hands right now.
Yes, these hands are pretty bad. Maybe Ruriel can back into an Ipeco Dora 2 now. Maybe Sunjuku even. So there's some potential there, but it's so slow at this point. The good news for Ruriel is everyone else is really slow too.
Yeah.
Well, he was very lucky there because Ruriel did draw the 7-pin, which was his neck of the 9-8 pin. So the hand is becoming faster, and now he's actually in Ishanten.
Yeah,
that's the perfect draw to pair up that 8-man. You cut the 3-5. Time to give up on the Sanjuku. Richi Pinfu, Ipeco Dora 2. You can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, Ruriel with started out with a very slow looking hand. Very sequential.
There it is.
Oh boy. Very sequential draws for him.
Oh no,
Tenpai's at
Veggie
10.
has Tenpai, but would have to force the red 5 pin.
Stays. I'm not even sure if I'd call that discipline. I feel like that may have, considering their point situation, that should have been an instant deal in even.
Throwing
hold
the
up.
double Dora on Ipatsu, it's a mid tile. I don't really mind that. I would have cut the 7 so. Because you have that one chance there, you get 2 turns out of it, and you can still connect something to the 5 pin later.
Yeah, it still gives you a chance to Tenpai afterwards. Even so, dodging out of the way right now, but might not get another chance to enter Tenpai depending on how the hand goes for them. Still, kind of pushing, kind of folding. Hasn't really drawn a tile that would appear extremely scary as of yet. Tenpai again.
The 2 pin's probably coming out. You have to push this one now.
Yeah.
You have Sun Onko.
Reach Pinfu Dora, no Aura for Ariel, rounds the hand out at 3-9. Even though Veggie dealt in here, he might be breathing a sigh of relief. Oh, I didn't push the red 5 into the putts.
Yeah, that's the difference between 12,000 possible, 16,000, and 3,900. The wall was basically telling Veggie, you're going to deal in, I don't care.
Not the worst case scenario for Veggie. Manages to dodge out of minimum Mungun there. 3-9 instead. Still the entire south round to go though, so a lot of time to catch up.
Lots of really good shapes for everyone. You have Maizuru with Ishanten for Richi, Pinfu, Itsu. We have Rariel, who can pwn the south pretty easily. And Veggie, of course, who is in a very good shape for Hakudora.
Yeah, Hakudora as well, even if they somehow manage to connect the 2-mon into the hand. Would leave them headless, though, so it is kind of an awkward way, kind of an awkward hand, rather, if you want to incorporate the 2-mon.
I don't like that 9 so cut by Maizuru. This was an Itsu hand, and there were so many ways this could go forward. All you're doing is potentially increasing your weight type here with the possible 3-sided weight now, but even so, you had so much value before. Taking a step back just looked pretty bad.
Would you say that perhaps that because Maizuru is dealer, that he values Richi a bit more? So he was taking the higher Ukeide account?
Well, Richi Nomi is just not that great right now. You had so much more potential here, and you look at how this drew. If you drawn the 2-mon here, it'd look really nice, but there's just not much. And of course, now we see if you'd even waited a turn now, it would have added Tanya, although you still have to reach that anyway.
We do see a chase reach coming from Lao now. I believe this is a 3-pin Hanchan. Yeah, it is a 3-pin Hanchan. So it's what is this? It's the 1 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 versus 4. So not exactly the best case scenario for Lao right now. But last place with actually, I'm not even sure if this is a solid Richi.
Pursuit Richi against a dealer. I would not have taken it simply because I don't like throwing the 2-mon Dora into dealer. And that 5-mon, that 5 so hurts me.
Yeah, that 5 so is definitely quite the unlucky turnout here. However, would have had to wait an extra, 7 turns? 6 turns?
No, at this point you have to take the Richi. And the last one comes out.
This is reached red Dora for Lao. Not, would have definitely been praying for some Ura there, but he'll take what he can get. Rips Rip's dealership away from third place, stepping into his own dealership now. South 2. One Dora in hand for Lau. Very nice shapes again for Maizuru. Great shapes as well for Ariel. And maybe a Chunter for Veggie.
Maizuru's shapes are misleading. They look nice, but there's so much overlapping Ukiiri. They're not actually as good as it seems at first.
But he is now.
Of course, you back into Cheetoy, then that's a whole different story.
Yeah, Ishan 10 for Cheetoy now, I believe. Yep, Ishan 10.
Yeah. Cheetoy Tanya, if he does actually get it. There's also like Liam Peiko chances. I mean, if he draws like the 3-pin or the 6-pin or somewhere, you know, in the middle Sozu, there's always that. There's also Sanshoku chance, just like right now, he has a 2-3-4, 3-4-5. So there's a lot of options here that he can take, and not just the Cheetoy.
Veggie makes an interesting play there, breaking up the Hatsu pair, going for the possible Junchan instead of Chanta. The problem is that 2-3-man shape is Furiten now.
Yeah, the big thing that actually worries me is that there is no head. Well, okay, never mind. There is a head now, but this will turn out to be no Yaku. Yeah. I don't think the Hatsu discard was the best line of action here for Veggie. Might turn out to be a mistake. Will be quite vulnerable to any Ricci as well, so could find himself in a little bit of trouble quite soon. Pawn of the 8th pin for Lau. We're looking at, you know, just getting Tenpai here for Tanyao Dora.
Now, if you're going to make that play and go for the Junchan, I'd probably consider calling the 3-so there and maybe making a Toy shift, but it's just a really bad position no matter what now.
Yeah. We do see the 1-so draw now, so, you know, kind of weaseling their way out of a bad situation into, you know, a still bad situation, but not so bad situation.
Right. It's still that 4-10 on the 1-man that's going to be the big issue. But Maizuru has some really good options now. I'd have cut the 4-5 pin. But regardless, this is a big hand, potentially.
Yeah, we're looking at all types of things, honestly. Could be Ranpeiko, could be Cheetoy. There is most definitely always Tanyao involved somewhere in this. Veggie now 10-5.
3-so cut looks more like a hard commitment to Chitoitsu, though.
Could still weasel some kind of line into you know, Ranpeiko-ish shapes, but might chase Ricci on a Cheetoy shape. 3-pin there. Do you ever feel like that might be a chi for Maizuru, or do you feel like this pass was fine?
You have to pass now because of the 3-so cut earlier. But Veggie does hit the Junchan with the Furitan on the 1-man.
Yeah, so plus 2,000 for Veggie turns a really bad situation into probably what turns out to be best case scenario in that case. East, actually, you know what? Looking at it at a deeper level, ripping away dealership from Lau as well was actually quite instrumental there.
Yeah, that looks really great. Veggie has a great starting hand. Not much value, but Ishan 10 already.
Yeah, we're looking at maybe Reach Pinfu is probably the minimum here.
Well,
actually, never mind. Reach nothing.
Be Reachy only, but I don't mind throwing the 8-man here. I don't mind throwing the 3-man here, but I don't like keeping the Tenpai here. In fact, the more I look at it, the more I think I like the 8-man. Go for a possible Ricci Pinfu Ipeiko shape.
Would it be a Ricci here?
this might be a reach. No, still no reach. He's still holding out. I feel as if at some point you need to pull the trigger and reach, but I'm not actually sure when that point is. Maybe around the start of the second row, so maybe around here, maybe in a turn or two. But the longer you wait, the worse this Kanchan wait becomes.
I think Veggie was actually just looking basically at the board and seeing that there's no Manzu coming out, so he's quite afraid to actually reach if they see nothing out. It could be in people's hands. And I think that's the decision why he actually didn't choose the Ricci, even though he got the reach plus 1 Dora. So let's see what he does.
Well, this is a shape improvement anyway, but doesn't take it. Yeah, but if you're not going to take this Tempai, then cut the 8-man earlier so you don't have to worry about this.
Yep, and now, stuck in a Yuculus Tenpai Veggie is against a Ricci from Lao, looking at a 6-9 pin weight for Reach Dora Takame Tan Yao. Pretty likely it will be Tan Yao as well. 3 of the 9 pins are now dead. However, 3 of the 6 pins happen to be in either in the pond or someone else's hands. So this weight is not as good as it usually looks.
Veggie gets another choice to take a Tempai.
Does take it this time. Ricci 8 so 1 man.
I think the situation here, compared to the previous situation where he didn't take Ricci on many occasions, is that this 8 so might look actually a bit better than the Kanchan or the Shampon or the Manzu, just because there's not much out, is what I think Veggie is the decisioning behind his Ricci.
Yeah, and a reach as well coming from Rariel, looking at 1 4-man. So if 1-man happens to come out from it will be a deal in. However, the 4-man comes out from Veggie here. Reach Pinfu Dora 5,800, another dealership for Rariel.
And the interesting thing here is if Veggie would have taken the Ricci way back, that would have been the Sumo.
Oh, you are right. You are right. Decides to take the Shanpon way, and it's a slight backfire here for Veggie. This is slowly turning out to be the best case scenario for Tile Dreaming. Massive first place for them. Chumbo Nomi takes a pretty sizable last place, and AUNSW Wanderers taking a moderate third place as well. So if Rariel can keep beating away with their dealership here and hitting the correct targets, this will turn out to be a very important game for them.
Yes, no, the placements are perfect as far as they're concerned.
Now, South 3-1 Honda, Lao takes a Chi on the 7 pin for from his 5-6 shape, probably moving towards Chinitsu here. Do you feel like he maybe should have taken a 7-8-9 Chi, or was the 5-6-7 Chi the better option here?
Both are fine. The issue is going to be whether the 8-pin comes out so you can pwn it.
Do you have any insight into this, Nosti, or do you just agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I totally. Yeah, I don't have any other opinions on that. One thing I can add is that the Chinitsu does actually bring him above third place. So I would have definitely taken that Chi.
Well, it's not just above third place; it gets all the way to second because there is the Akadora.
Oh yeah, there is the Akadora. So yeah 12,000 points definitely.
So both players agreeing with the Chi, both guest commentators agreeing with the Chi, just whether or not you take which shape about it. Anyhow, Rariel now Tenpai after the 7 so pawn. No value, however, will grab another dealership. 3-man 8 so. One of each left in, 1 8 so left in the wall. Maizuru
10 now, looking for the 3-pin twice.
Yeah. Here's the 3-pin. Maizuru has an option to hold on to it. Might be a little bit useful in the hand. Pinzu are looking a little bit shoddy right now, especially with Lao's hand.
Ooh, now that 8-pin's interesting draw. I'd cut 2-pin here.
Definitely. I feel like the immediate reaction would be, ooh, 8-pin Unko, let's cut the 9-pin, but the 2-pin discard is definitely a very smart play here.
Would be a shame as if you have to pwn the 4-pin and discard the Akadora.
I think the key point after this, from here on, is whether Rerial or Veggie is going to discard Pinzu if they actually draw it, because both hands are looking pretty big. So we'll see.
Now a 6-pin draw for Rerial might turn out to be a little bit awkward. You know, he's not quite sure.
Because you've already seen the overflow. That's the worrying thing. Once that 2-pin comes out, everyone starts getting a lot more scared.
You know, not quite sure whether or not Lao is actually Tenpai yet. Does manage to wheel his way back into Tenpai. 4-7 shape now. Might turn out to be a little bit heartbreaking.
That is such an amazing shape for Veggie, but has to give it up.
Sumo for Ariel.
And in classic martial fashion, a Tanya will end it all.
Tanya will end it all. You know, pretty nice play there from Rerial, actually managing to wheel their way back into Tenpai after a half fold on the 8-so pair. Now into East 3-2 Honda, another dealership for Rerial. Has a double, not double East opportunity, a double of the East win with the Yakuhai possibility and a pair of the Dora as well. So, you know, maybe another 5,800s or 7-7 for Rerial.
Maizuru also has a pretty good path towards Itsu, although that 6-mon doesn't really help. Everyone else, Veggie has some decent shapes, but not much value, and Lao's hand is, well, bad.
Oh boy, Dora 4 now for Rerial. This is turning out to be.
Oh, that is so tempting. Do you go for the Honitsu on top of everything else? Oh yes, greed everywhere.
Drops the 2-4 Manzu shape. Now it should be a slight mention. Typically speaking, when you break those shapes, you go inside out. But you know, Rerial holding onto the 4-mon, maybe trying to connect even a red 5 to that with the greed.
Maizuru draws the ideal 3-so and is in Ishan Tenfurichi Pinfu Itsu Dora possibly.
Yeah, this is turning out to be pretty much a two-way fight for, you know, massive hands here. Lao, you know, not quite advancing the hand all too quickly. Does have a 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5 Manzu shape. So Maizuru does manage to
come out from Rerial. I don't see any way this 6-so doesn't come out unless they're just a hard fold.
Nah, it's
it comes out instantly. Big hand.
Yeah, this is big. Reach apart Itsu. Yeah, so loses out on the pin for having to confirm the 7-pin Unko, but it makes up for it in the Itsu shape. You know what? I don't think Rerial minds all too much. You know, does give a UNSW Wanderers second place there. But
moves crying about, so it definitely seemed to have affected Rerial.
Yeah. Alright, never mind. I don't know. I feel like in his situation, I wouldn't be all too worried considering my current point lead. I can still hit a UNSW Wanderers back on the head to shift the points around. Chumbo Nomi's in last place. So, wouldn't be all too worried, but yeah, definitely doesn't seem to be all too happy with that deal in.
Ruriel is now Ishan 10. Veggie's going for basically anything, try and get the dealer turn moving. Maizuru has some really good shapes, but that 4-7 pin both need something to connect to it. Otherwise, this is going to be a really awkward possible San Anko shape.
Mm-hmm. Now, Veggie takes an early South Pawn, hoping to just grab a couple wins at the dealership here. Still well within range of second, and technically speaking, in range of first with the last dealership here.
And Maizuru gets a backfire there for not cutting the non when given the chance.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that kind of stings. Still holding on to the none, possibly just looking for a safe tile here. That said, the 6-4 so and the north don't incorporate into the hand quite well, so doesn't matter all too much. However, the 8 so will deal into Veggie here. So south nothing. 1500, another dealership. I believe that's second place now for Veggie as well. No, not quite yet. 400 points out. Yeah, so Veggie, banking on the fact that with their last dealership, they're just going to try to repeat as many times as possible here. Copy of the Dora for Veggie, copy of the Dora as well for Maizuru, and a convenient question mark way to incorporate it into the hand. Allow with not what you want to be looking at, in last place during all last. And finally, Ruriel
already made a mistake. Maybe he went a bit too much for the greed on the possible Chinitsu and didn't throw the tone and immediate backfire.
Yeah, the not the best case scenario for them though. However, the 7 so definitely does make it up here. Progressing their hand into this is actually an awkward shape. I think it's still 3 Shanten even. Might be 2 Shanten, but I'd have to actually have a look at it. Yeah. Drops the Dora now.
No, I don't like that.
Yeah, that doesn't seem great.
Miser has that obnoxious situation where you have a Ryankon and 2 pairs. Oh, well, okay. Veggie knew better than the rest of us.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Ricci now, 310, 5-8 pin. That said, though, third place Ricci all last does apply a little bit of pressure here. So it might be banking on
dealer.
Yeah, might be banking on the fact that people will fold against his reach.
I think the the interesting thing in this round might be just how Miser actually folds. He only has 1 Genbutsu against this Ricci and not that many tiles in his hand, so we'll have a look at how that progresses.
Now the 5 pin does come out with the half decision on the 8 pin. In this scenario, it doesn't quite deal in because it is Furry 10.
Well, now makes it to Tenpai, waiting on the 7 so. So the dealer bluff hasn't really worked out.
I completely missed the fact that Veggie did actually do a Furry 10 Ricci, so that was completely my bad.
And it feels worse and worse, but that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to be seeing. Ritsumo Pinfu, 3,900. And so 1,300 from all, plus a Honda, so 1,400 from all. Second place for Notice Me Tenpai. So we are, it's slowly turning around for Veggie here. Pair of the White Dragon, completed shape in the pins. other than that, it's actually a little bit awkward. Lots of Kanchans. Okay,
Well,
Chunpei
yeah,
now.
I mean, you could always go for Daisen again with that draw.
Yeah, Chunpei is great here, especially this early in the hand. Meanwhile, Maizuru picks up the 2-pin Unko, and the hand is actually quite fast looking with that 6-pin draw now is decently fast.
Right, but you want more than just the Richinomi, so I agree with the 1-pin cut. Richi, Sumo, Tanyao is enough to come back.
Well,
And that third 1-pin, you think it's bad, but then you stop and worry about the handle more. Okay, I guess I may have lost out on Sananko possibly, but that's it. It's not as bad as it seems.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to look at Mahjong and say, no, I made the correct call. Don't feel bad right now. Rerio and Lau don't seem to have the best hands in the world. Rerio might have a Cheetoy chance to round out the game, but not exactly what he wants to be seeing.
Okay, now that fourth 1-pin on the other hand, that is genuinely depressing. There's not anything you can do with that. But the whole hand here is focused on what happens with Veggie, because it looks like it's going to be Yakuhai Dora once one of them comes out.
Well, we haven't actually had the Daisange in the final, or any Yakuma in the final, so I'm really hoping for the Yakuma, but it seems extremely, extremely unlikely. I mean,
When
if
you look at Maizuru's pawn, then that's so depressing.
Yeah, Maizuru missing out on
Sananko right now.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Maizuru missing out on that Sananko chance. Meanwhile, for Veggie, White Dragon, Red Dragon Tenpai. I'm actually just caught in between thoughts right now. I'm trying to think back to the regular season. I don't think we've had a Yakuman the entire season, let alone the finals. So yeah, it would be nice to see one eventually. Now, considering the current point margins, a Yakuman would definitely turn the entire landscape on its head.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, in like the M League, they've had like at least like 4 or 5 Yakumans throughout the season, but what's happening to the A League?
Dude, we need a longer season is what I think I'm hearing.
Lau has some pretty good shapes here. Maybe backs into an Itsu.
Should probably mention that he is Tenpai, decides to give up the Tenpai here. Having to drop the Dora into dealer is a little bit much.
Still Tenpai, but on 3-so.
Oh, it is Tenpai, my mistake. Rich Sumo, Red Dragon, Red Dora, and Ura for a Mangan here. Not necessarily needing the Ura, but I don't know, always nice to have for stats, I guess.
Well, if you're Rario, you're starting to sweat a little bit now because that lead is now basically gone.
Yeah, definitely. One could argue that this is still best case scenario. Chombo Nomi take a massive hit. However, Rario will want to grab that 50k first place here. So yeah, as you did mention, definitely sweating a little bit right now.
And Maizuru opens for the presumed the presumed Bakahone.
Oops.
We have disconnect because you're apparently AFK, even though we know you've been here the whole time.
Yeah. Please hold on just a moment. We have been tagged for being AFK.
Sorry about that. Just give me 2 moments.
Yeah, so from memory, Maizuru was shooting hard towards that Manzu Honitsu, trying to end the game, secure a 3rd place, and not have Veggie jump into first place, as that first place would actually be really bad for them. Yeah, from a UNSW Wanderers point of view, they would definitely rather have Rerial be in first place rather than Veggie.
You have to cheat. Oh no! What are you doing? You have to cheat the 7. The question is, which one do you take? You have possible Chanta. You have possible Itsu here. But now this hand just shuts down completely.
Maybe that was like a
As
misclick.
Veggie is Tempai, I think. No, Ishan.
I was just saying that maybe that was a misclick because I don't think that knowing Mize, I don't think he would have not taken that chi.
Definitely, it's definitely a strange chi not to take.
I think Veggie should declare that con because you're not really in any danger of anyone catching up. So you just want to get the hand moving.
That, an extra draw is
It's the
everything.
perfect
Yeah,
time to do it. Con right
you do
now.
it now.
No
If
question.
oh boy, I mean, that's still good because you hold your Ishan 10, but you probably wanted to take that con there.
Yeah, your ideal draw here is 2 or 5 mon. Then you Ricci with the con for the Ricci possible Ipeco, Ricci Sumo Ipeco, maybe an Ura, and you've taken first already.
Miser is still not Tenpai, kind of just walking around the
Oh,
hand.
there it is. You have to con here. Okay, there it is.
Flips himself Dora. 3 mons now. Rather, 3 mon Dora.
And Maizuru is in the terrible position now that the hand probably requires the 2 mon to advance. But do have some safe tiles. The 6 is safe, the 7's safe, and the 8s are probably safe.
Yeah, so this is Tenpai now for Maizuru. Whether or not they take it is a whole nother question.
Right.
Should probably mention that 3 of the 5 mons are in Lao's hands. So the 5 mon side of this weight is dead.
Which is why it was important to Ricci in the first place. Some players would Dama this, going for the 5, but this is why you hit the button. Now Lao is on Sananko Dora. Sananko Toy Dora. So that is a possible comeback hand.
So that's 12,000, 13, 6? No, 13,
no,
9.
It's just Mungun. Never mind. It's just Mungun.
However, there's only one in the wall, 1 5 so in the wall, so he does need to draw the last one.
Oh, and there's another 3 mon, so this looks like it's probably going to a draw.
Oh, yeah. We'll go to a draw. 2 mon, 1 2 mon, and the last 5 so are both stuck in the dead wall. So not the explosive finish we wanted to see, but the slow grind excitement we do I guess we need for the finals.
I've been in Rariel's position right now. You're just sitting here, please, for the love of God, end this torment.
Yeah. Give me anything, Rariel is probably yelling right now. South 4 Homer, 1 reach stick in the middle. 2 Dora for Rariel. Early North Pond for Lao.
Is this going to be a
Wait a minute.
Wow. There's potential here. But it may be shut down because Maizuru is looking to move forward. Let's see. Rariel has some pretty good shapes as well.
Whoa, and he just drew the east.
Oh
my God.
Wow.
All right, so the East draw is very important. There's already 1 discarded though, so it might be
Pong, yes.
Now
all right, we're going. We're in, lads.
Yeah. No, you. I'm so excited.
Whoa, right here.
Oh.
All right, so now as both Veggie and Rariel, you're a little bit worried now. Maizuru, if I lose, I guess would probably be how I'm thinking right about now. Now, this East, does it come out? No, it doesn't. Rariel's just a little bit afraid right now.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but Veggie is Ishan for Suanko too.
Oh.
I haven't looked at it yet, so we should mention Maizuru also Ishan 10 now on a much more regular looking hand, but Ishan 10 nevertheless.
And Ruriel sitting there, oh no, this stupid East, I can't throw it for the rest of the hand. It's over.
Can he pass?
Oh.
He can't even pass the Hatsuki.
Oh, here it comes!
Oh, here it comes.
Empire for Suanko.
Wow,
Wow.
is this going to be like a double, like sort of Yakuman against Yakuman?
No, it's a single Yakuman, the double Yakuman Suanko Tanki on martial rules.
Oh, right, I see. Well, Lao Sabao has a Tsui, like a Tsui Shou Sushi, right? Or
yeah, pairs up on the Chun here now. So, Ishan 10 on Yakuman Chance or Toy Toy Dora minimum.
Well, I mean, if you're Lao, you're just pushing this. This is double Yakuman based on the oof.
Oh, the South backfire. That's finishing the hand as well.
Oh, yeah. And Maizuru says, no, you're not getting my Chun. This would end very badly for me. But the thing is, we're still looking. Where are the Tuman and Eitso?
Lao, please don't throw the ton. Don't throw the ton. Yeah, yes, that's exactly right.
The dream is still alive. Oh, there's one of them. And Rariel's sitting here going, what on earth do I throw?
I hope this doesn't go extremely anticlimactic and like it just ends in Ryukyoku. That'll be so disappointing.
There are so many of Veggie's outs left. And the East passes. It should come out immediately from everyone.
Yeah, the ton passes here. Now, so that's both.
There's the Tuman.
That's
so
both the
Outso and the Veggie. But it is Suji at least now.
Kan on the west does not find anything for Lao.
Chi.
Oh, and there's the last one.
Oh, here it comes. Should throw the Chun, but okay, yeah.
Yeah, the ton makes sense here.
And Vario gets to Tenpai.
What a hand!
Wow.
What a hand! So
nothing actually happened. That was amazing.
Yeah, so a missed win for Lao on the white Anko, and Veggie not able to finish their Suyanko chance. Meanwhile, Ruriel sneaking through the back door. Tenpai, I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but it had the 4-pin in it. I think it was 4-7-pin Tenpai to grab himself another 1,500 points.
Yeah, and Veggie is going to review the log after this game and cry because all 4 of them were in the wall. And they just 3 came out, but to the other players. That just really unfortunate.
Yeah, Southpaw 500 now, 2 sticks in the middle. Lao, still has fight left in him, trying to claw his way back into the game. It's like, if I can't win the game, I will at least secure some kind of points for my team. Veggie Pon on the south, Ishan 10.
So everyone's like, oh no, enough of this. Everyone's going to try and call everything they can except for Lao.
Ruriel also Pon on the Tuman now, looking for the north for a Yaku.
Maizuru is Ishan 10 for Richi Pinfu Sanshuku. And now Veggie is Tenpai, waiting on the 7-pin Hanchan. There are 2 left.
それポンつむ
But there it comes.
Oh boy, there it is.
Dora.
なんドラ
Yep, so South Dora, 3,000 plus whatever was in the middle here. So South 4, I think it's 6 Honda now? Yeah, 6 Honda now. Jesus Christ.
I think our record is 8 Hombo or 9 Hombo. Is it 9 Hombo? Is that right?
It's 8 or 9. It's something ridiculous. But 1,300 points now separate Roriel and Veggie. So Veggie being a little bit stubborn here. Managing to claw his way all the way to this very solid second place.
Well, the other part here is that Lau continues to bleed points, so that lead is going to just plummet after this game.
Yeah, this is either way for like Notice Me Tenpai or even Tile Dreaming. This, you know, whoever takes first place here, this will either be first best case scenario or, you know, just as good case scenario for either of them.
And Lau rejects the Tenpai and is probably going for some sort of Sanshoku. Ruriel has a hand that looks like it could be Honitsu, but you don't need anything fancy at this point.
I think also Veggie's probably going to...
Tenpai, I think. Yeah. Tenpai on the 6-9 pin, where 9 pin has a very good chance of coming out from Veggie and is the Takame for... But that assumed we get that far, as we have another Tenpai. With Richidora 3, assuming it's taken. Doesn't take it.
I wonder if Miser is calculating points there, because would a Manganthor actually throw him to last place? Let me have a look. So 8,000 plus
6 Homba, let's see, it'd be 9.
So you drop to 9,300, you deal into 8,000 plus.
But that's the end. All that and Veggie cannot complete the comeback. We have the Richidora, which is good enough, but that 6 Homba feels really good right now.
All right. Yeah. So at the end of the game, we round out into Ruriel in first place at a hard fought 50,300 points. Veggie rounding out at 40.
Oh, sorry.
Well, let me bring.
Yeah.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I got it. I fought ahead of time. Veggie at 44,300 points. Very valiant comeback from him. Maizuru 10,300 and Lau at minus 4,900. Now that turns out to be a pretty impactful game for each of them. Now we can pull Ruriel in for an interview, but would you be able to lead that, Nossi?
We're running a bit short on time, so I was just wondering if that might be a bit troublesome, because we are meant to have started the second game by now, but it's just because this game ran for quite a long time.
Yeah, that game ran for, I believe it was an hour and 10 minutes. So yeah, we might skip the interview and take a written statement from Ruriel at some point, just because I am in the middle of jumping in between updating the score logs and the and starting the next game. Thankfully, in the background, we do have some stage ninjas running around. Cheese, thank you for updating those scores. Just as a quick rundown, Chombo Nomi still in first place at 195.7. Tile Dreaming rocketing up to second place, 167.8. AUNSW Wanderers 133, and Notice Me Tenpai at 11.7. So the first to third is pretty competitive now, and notice me, Tempai have a little bit of work to do in the last 3 games. Basically free first or nothing for them. So Veggie probably rubbing his hands together, praying for that flow to come. I think we will take a short break then. The games will start in within the next minute for the players, so we will be back accounting for the spectator delay in no more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, take a breather. We will be right back. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Ricci Mahjong Association Team League. Off the back of a late finishing, very exciting game 5, we will be loading into game 6 very soon now. 40 seconds out, we have Veggie, a repeat appearance in the East seat for Notice Me Tenpai, IOSQ for Tile Dreaming in the South seat, Morovo for Chombo Nomi in the West seat, and Maizuru with a repeat appearance for AU NSW Wanderers in the South seat. Just to give you a quick score rundown, won't go through the scores again as we just did. However, Chombo Nomi in first place, Tile Dreaming in second, AUNSW Wanderers in third, and Notice Me Tenpai in fourth. Loading into the game now, Mahjong Soul has thankfully been very supportive of us so far. Loading into the game, if you could just open up the hands for me. Veggie, oh boy, it's not exactly what you want to see. No Dora in anyone's hands as of right now. West or red, either way. These hands are actually looking pretty slow. What do you guys think?
These hands are terrible.
Yeah. I don't see anything for anyone.
These hands are not that good, but the emotes have started coming out earlier, so, you know, they must be excited about something.
Yeah, you know, even with the draws so far, like, you know, you would expect with a hand this bad, like any draw is good, but any draw is not good. Everything's been like really
Morovo
good.
has a path to maybe Sananko, and Maizuru has a possible path to Itsu, but it's still just bad everywhere right now.
We do see Morova moving towards that Sananko chance here, breaking the 1-2 set in favor of a 1-1 in the Muns. Does hold on to the Dora as of right now. No way to incorporate it into the hand easily either.
Yeah. Mororo does hold on to the Shah just for now. I think he's sort of thinking maybe he can pivot into a Chitoitsu if he does pair up one of his single tiles. And also he has that Sanko chance. So,
And instead gets backfire. If he kept the 2, it'd be have another complete shape, but it'd still be Ricci Nomi, so you don't feel that bad about it, even though it's a backfire.
Yeah, definitely. Probably values the ooh. All right, so you have an option between probably the 6-0 or the Shah here. Does decide to drop the Shah.
Maizuru's hand is coming together nicely for Ricci Itsu.
I'd also argue that IOSQ's hand is also coming together as well. Not exactly the fastest shapes in the world, but, you know, it's a lot better from what we opened up with. Veggie, however, Tenpai first. Will they take the shape? Say, 6-pin Hanchan only. Looking across the
with
table.
Dora, you don't have a problem with that shape. It's just unfortunate that Morovo has 3 of them.
Morova also happens to pick up a copy of the 7-pin here, so this and the 4-pin, this might become a little bit dangerous for Morova soon. Side steps dealing in for now. 7-pin is a little interesting there.
Well,
10
here it
by
comes. You have to Ricci. Now it's Nakasuji. So
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, takes the Sananko shape. 1-man 8-so. Looking around the board, there's still 1 6-pin left somewhere in the wall, 1 8-so left somewhere in the wall, and 1-man wise, also 1 left in the wall. So this is oh no, this is a 1 versus 2, and Veggie unfortunately builds into Morova here.
It's that weird situation where the deal-in is actually cheaper for the dealer than the sumo.
So if Veggie would be a little bit annoyed he dealt in there, but should be thanking his lucky stars, I guess. He's 2 now. We're moving along at a slightly quicker pace than last game. Dora's spread across right now for Veggie and IOSQ, and hands are looking a lot better this time.
Veggies especially looks really nice right now. Maizuru will probably have to open for something cheap. Morovo, there's some things there, but it doesn't tie together very well.
Yeah, there's
IOSQ is basically in the same situation. The Shanten count is low, but it's just not that good.
Now, just taking a quick interruption with this game, I got a quick statement from Reriel, the winner of the last game. Just asked 2 quick questions. Tile Dreaming really needed a win. Did you have any strategy going into the game? And the reply was, with only so few games left in the season and how many points we needed, he took a more aggressive approach. So not really much strategy walking into the game other than be a little bit more greedy. And Southall was a cracker. Did you have any statements for us? I want out. It could have ended quickly in a pretty comfortable situation. Side note, Tenpai for Veggie here. But he kind of switched on and off with aggression and a little bit of safer play, but didn't work out the way he wanted it to. He's just really glad he got first, considering that his team really needed it. Jumping back into the game, we do see that Veggie decided not to take their Tenpai, hoping to connect the red 5-mon into a Sunshoku chance.
Well, Veggie had an option earlier in the hand, would have had to throw the double door, but could have cheated the 3-so and would have been Itsu at that point, and it would have finished for 2,000. But there's so much potential here, and here it comes. Reach Dora 3.
Yeah, this turned out a lot better for Veggie. So instead of reach Itsu Dora on almost dead 3-so, turns out to be a reach Pinfu Dora red. So this hand turns into the same value, but a much better shape.
Well, and of course, Sumo is Hanemon. It'd be unlikely for the 4-7 to come out from anyone else, although IOSQ has some awkward shapes. And as for how many are left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 2 left in the wall.
Yeah, funnily enough, it's equal to the Itsu shape left in the wall. But, definitely would feel much more comfortable reaching on this.
Well, would you have done the same thing? Or would you have cheated the 3-so, perhaps? Or
I'd have definitely cheated the 3-so. Take the 2,000 when it's given to you. But, and there's one of the remaining outs. And there's the last one.
There's both of the remaining outs, unfortunately, for Veggie. Yeah, so it would take a slight blunder from any of the players to deal in now.
Would there be another 4-mon still left in the wall? Because there's one in the pond, and then there's 2 in IOSQ's hand. Right, there's a 1 in the Dora.
The Dora indicator is the last one. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. This hand, barring something strange, will make it to a draw.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate 3-so as well would have completed the Itsu, but hindsight's 2020. Something 3-so cult. And we do end up in Ryukoku, so Tenpai only for Veggie, 4-7-mon, plus 3,000 points, not, or plus 2,000 effectively with the reach stick still in the middle. Not exactly what you wanted to end up on, but you take what you can get, I guess.
goes for the real game-breaking hand. It's not necessarily a bad play just based on the tournament structure, with first place being so much. If you sumo that, it's Hanemon plus.
Definitely would have. And considering the point situation in their team as well, it's first or nothing. You know, what was it? I think it was like 11 or 17 points against 195 in first right now. It's basically impossible to catch up unless you take that first, and I guess Morova would have to take a third minimum. However, double Ton and Hatsu Dora Pon for Morova turns Ishan 10 now quickly shaping up to be a very dangerous hand.
Well, yeah, it's not a very good feeling for anyone else on the table when dealer is showing Hanemon.
Yeah, quite scary. Not the best shape in the world, but I don't think you care if you're this far into it.
Well, and you have the problem that IOSQ doesn't really have anything to fold, so it's going to be pushing dangerous tiles most likely.
Definitely, and having both confirmed shapes this early in the hand as well, it's bound to apply, a lot of psychological pressure, if anything.
I think the key point in this hand might be Misery's hand. He's currently in one Shanten right now, so whether or not he actually takes the Richi or perhaps just the Damaten. So does he Richi or Damaten here?
Yeah, so Tenpai now actually 4-7 man. Morovo somehow weaseling his way out of that.
And comes out immediately, and IOSQ, while dealing in for 1,000, says, Thank you. I will deal into 1,000 anytime.
Yeah, Morovo, not going to be happy with that. Team needs something to pull back ahead, but Maizuru coming in to snipe the situation. Maizuru East 4 dealership now, one copy of the Dora in the hand with a red. However, the South is not the best tile to be Dora right now.
These hands are all pretty bad. Veggie has some good shapes. IOSQ needs a couple things to really connect well. Same problem for Morovo, plus the hand is cheap. And Maizuru, that helps immensely, but it's still slow.
I think Morovo can, if he wants to, he can try to open up for, to make it more expensive. He can try to go for the Hongitsu, perhaps. Yeah, that is also an option. So leaving that pay that he just threw and throwing the 9-7 pin, perhaps.
Well, it'd still just be Honitsu Nomi, so I don't mind the direct play. And yeah, so now it's Richi Nomi, but that's fine. It's going to be hard for people to keep the 9 anyway, so you're feeling pretty good about this.
And with the point margin so close that I don't think you even mind to reach nothing here. You definitely just take whatever points you could get.
And you have the benefit of just shutting down the dealer here. So no, there's nothing wrong with this. Now the interesting thing is Maizuru is starting to collect Morovo's outs.
Yeah, not the clearest route to Tenpai as of right now, but might either will turn out to be the now in Morovo's coffin or the giver of points here, depending on how the hand shapes out.
Well, ideally, Maizuru wants to turn this into Sonshuku, which we all know would cause an immediate deal in. But there's nothing wrong with Richi Dora as dealer on a Shampone if it goes that direction. What's going to be really important is if either of those becomes an Onko. Oh, it may come out right here.
Oh, this is yeah.
And it does.
No.
You're basically never cutting the 5 so pair unless it's Genbutsu there. So reach Urodora 2,600 for Morovo. Point margins are still extremely close. South 1 now. Morova in the lead, but only at 28,000 compared to last place at 22,000 in IOSQ. Veggie dealership now. We're looking at a Chunter possibility, I think. How would
Yeah,
you play this
Veggie's
hand?
hand looks kind of hopeless to me. You might be able to June Chomp, but you'd still have to throw the Forso Dora, so it doesn't look very good. I'm looking for a backdoor Sunshoku, maybe, but it just looked bad overall. And it's not what you want to see in your dealer turn. Now,
Yeah.
Maizuru, on the other hand, has the shapes you're looking for.
Yeah, nice completed shape in the Muns and very very wide opportunity wise in the Sozu. So yeah, as you've mentioned, definitely something you want to be looking at. Pairing up.
IOSQ has a really interesting hand here with all those pairs. Completes the Ryanman, but this is almost certainly going to be a Champone. So the question is, do you call something and go for the 1,000-point Champone, or do you want to stay close and look for the Ricci?
Yeah, we do have an option to go towards a Sunshoku chance for IOSQ. The big issue though is that if you happen to draw the 7 pin,
no, I do not like that 3-so cut. This is a perfect time to get rid of one of those pairs and accept a Dora.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you've already pretty much commented on it. Yeah, the 3-so is a little bit shoddy there. Moreover, in the meantime, not quite progressing either. 5-man draw, red 5-man draw rather for Veggie. You know, it's nice to have in the hand, but as you've already mentioned,
and yeah, now you feel even worse because this would be a 3-sided weight and a 2-sided Ryanman Ishan 10 for a pretty decent value now.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place now.
And basically everyone else is stuck in Ishan 10 Hell, which is a place we're all familiar with. Morovo joins the party.
You know, considering where Veggie's hand started out at, I'm not all too bothered with where it is right now. Like, you know, nowhere near 10 pi, but you know, it's looking a lot better than it did previously. And considering no one's declared reach yet, I'm not sure if I'd be, you know, thankful or even worried yet.
Well, you're starting to see those mid tiles come out, and Miser is just, okay, enough of this. We're just going to try and call for a Tanya Dora 2.
Ricci from IOSQ.
IOSQ does get the Ricci with a 3-sided weight for Ricci and Tanya if win comes on the 3 or 6-mon.
With so few of the 9-mons left, if anything, none are actually in the wall. 3 6-mon does look to be a little bit more likely. Miser is still an Ishan 10.
I think if anyone's going to throw the 9 or 6 or 3-man, it would probably be Miser if he tries to go for K10 somehow. So just like this, for example. So if he cheats the 3, 4, 5, throws the
tune first,
and,
but yes.
Yeah, and then after this, maybe if he gets the 2 or 5 pin, he will like throw the 9. Perhaps all, but
now the interesting thing here is you'd ideally want to throw the 7, but there is Nyaku now. It's so late that that's not really an issue, though.
Yeah, that's very true.
Veggie still dancing around, looking for some way to finish their hand here. Will be unlikely to get there this late in the hand, however. We're looking to get to Ryukoku with IOSQ only in 10 pi, I think.
Yeah, everyone's bailing at this point. So the hand started out bad and they ended bad. Oh, and Maizuru gets something that would have helped, would have got the deal in. So feels good about it if you look on the replay for that.
Definitely. 3,000 points to IOSQ, shifting the point balance once again, moving him into second place. Yeah, this is South 2, still very close.
Well, we've been going at a pretty fierce pace, especially compared to the last game. But then again, most of that was in South 4, so...
Yeah, if anything, if you compare it to last game, it was actually going around this pace. It just happened to be that really long South 4. Unfortunately, Veggie is not in the North Sea, so cannot repeat that situation. However, Misery is, and might try to give Veggie a taste of his own medicine. We will Oh, go on.
Yeah, I think with this point situation, it's actually quite tough to have such a, everyone trying to build big hands and then trying to win, especially like when a single like win, even though if it's 1,000, 2,000 points, especially in this flat situation, is quite important. And so you can see that's why IOSQ is just going for a very fast win here.
Yeah, IOSQ with the triplet of the South just beelining towards Tenpai here. Lots of calling opportunities as well on the 2-3 and the 5-8 Mun will be unlikely to take a chi on either of the 1-4 just because it actually turns their hand into a really bad hand. Tenpai now
throws the 3-so, which is the right play. It's just unfortunate that IOSQ calls it because this is Ishan 10 for Richi Sunshoku.
Draws a copy of the Dora now. Now, Dora actually looks a little bit dangerous.
Live Dora here looks terrifying into that dealer. Super aggressive call. Very good chances a Tonki, possible shampoo in here. I would not blame Veggie for just flat out folding.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. Just because of how, how IOSQ's open, it's either an insanely cheap hand or it's a super expensive hand.
And now you feel regret because if you'd thrown the 3 pin earlier, you still have that Ishanten. And there it is.
Oh, yeah, that's
yeah, it was a mistake not throwing the 3 pin, especially since it was already safe. But yes, this should be Richi and then Richi Pinfu and possible Sunshoku.
Yeah, and a win on that, like Reach Pinfu on its own is like good enough in this point situation, but Reach Pinfu Sunshoku even is, amazing.
Yeah, I would have kept that 1 man too. That way you can get the 4-3 and possibly back into the Nobetan or even pair up the 1 or 4 for the Pinfu again.
Still see IOSQ stuck in Tenpai, still looking for that 5-8 Mun. Reachy opportunity now for Veggie. Reach Pinfu. Dora is no longer live, however, the Reds are stuck somewhere in the wall.
It's such a close game. You're either folding or you're pushing. It's still unfortunate that and you see a little bit ago the 9-so would have come out from dealer. But this is as much as you can do given the way the hand has moved.
Yeah.
If you deal in, so what? You figure dealer probably has 1 Dora here.
And also, everyone has thrown the 5 or the 8, so it doesn't look like anyone may be holding too many of those tiles. So it's very likely that Veggie's winning tiles are still in the wall, so this is not too bad losing.
Do you see a reach coming from Miseru now? We're looking at...
2 pin probably comes out now regardless because it's safe against the Richi that just came out. IOSQ may realize what's going on, but dealing into Richi is fine unless there's a bunch of aura.
Yeah.
And there is 1, so it hurts a bit.
Hurts a bit. 3-9. Very important win here now. Veggie, 29,000, basically knocking on the door of 30,000. Just to reiterate, we do not have any target scores in this game, so the game will still end even if players are under 30,000. So any points matter right now. Morovo opening up with a pretty interesting looking hand in his dealership here.
Well, the question is, you go for the Shinitsu, and the answer is probably not. You have that Hanchan waiting on the door, which is going to be the annoying part of the hand. And Hanchan, and Penchan. It's one of those hands that deceptively good, but it actually is pretty bad.
Upgrades to a Runman here in a 2-3 so, but still holding on to the Kanchan 6-8 pin and 1-3 man.
Edgy's hand, on the other hand, is looking really good all of a sudden.
Yeah, these has drawn very good. Lots of Runmans, confirmed pair, finishes off the 4-5-6 shape.
Cut the 5 here, and you are Ishanten, or you can cut the 4. So,
yeah, turning out to be a very good hand for Veggie here. Ishan 10 now on some very nice weights as well. So, yeah, this Tenpai is going to be great for Veggie if they actually manage to convert into it. Meanwhile, Maizuri and IOSQ, not the fastest hands in the world, but they do have shape.
Maizuru, yeah, I like that call. It's time for the Chinitsu. Let's not mess around.
Pawn on the 1 pin, moving towards that Honitsu line now.
Not Honitsu, Chinitsu.
Oh, yeah, even Chinitsu.
Yeah, so there's no reason to mess around here. Now, you can call for Tenpai and take the Tanya Dora 2.
It does take it and prefers the confirmed Tanyao shape in the Shunpon weight as well. Now, judging from how Maizuru's hand has progressed from Veggie's point of view, he's probably thinking even that 7-man and a 7-so are likely to come out from Maizuru, considering they're full shoving some kind of flush.
Oh, yes. Well, there's no reason to worry about it. And Ricci Tanya Dora, if you hit the Ricci Dora was the other possibility if you end up on the cheap end. No, Ricci Dora 2, sorry. So it's 5,200 versus 3,900 Tenpai. I don't mind the call at all. Plus, the problem is anything that improves your shape moves you to Furi 10. The only quote-unquote upgrades you're going to get are the red 5 in one of the 2 suits, and that makes your shapes worse.
I see. DCS 4-so draw, I believe it was, for IOSQ, has a Chinitsu looking hand as well, but this late in the hand with it's unlikely to progress that way. I think we'll probably just take any kind of Tenpai they can get with that Dora 2. Pawn on the 2 pin for Maizuru, still stuck in Ishanten now. Seven pin for IOSQ, little bit too dangerous to cut. Cuts to 2 from the 2-3 set. Still has the 4 pin.
There we have it. The Tenpai for Chinitsu waiting on 3-6 pin.
Now 3 of the 3 pins are in Veggie's hand, as well as 2-3 of the 6 pins elsewhere. So
there is only 1 6-pin left.
Yeah, actually, I think there's none.
There's none. There's none of them. It's dead.
Yeah, the weight is completely dead. So we'll take a blunder from anyone here to a deal into this Chinitsu here, which I'm feeling is unlikely. Kan will probably come out, but
there's no reason not to Kan there. You don't know what's going on, and Veggie does push the 9 pin again. Was safe last turn, so it's safe now.
Yeah.
Morovo taking a chi, not wanting to draw a tile.
Oh,
8 pin. Okay, now this might be a little interesting here. Do you feel like the correct play is actually to fold here?
I would say so. The correct way is to actually fold. Just because
runs out the timer.
Yeah, he runs out of the timer, but however, like just because of
連敗です
Maizuru's cheese are all sort of on the lower half of the Pinzu, so it is likelier that he's way on the higher half of the Pinzu, so I would have followed there.
See, Ryukoku, Maizuru, and Veggie Tenpai now. We're looking at South 4 in a very tight situation. What would be your game plan if you're maybe an ISQ situation?
Get out of fourth if possible, but that hand's not the one to do it. You're looking for maybe Itsu, but it's just so many bad shapes all over. Veggie's hand looks like it has potential for Tanyao Dora. Maizuru has very good shapes, is looking pretty good, especially if you can draw the 5-so to complete that shape. And Morovo has a possible Chi-Toy, possible Toy, or just possible Haku. I'd instantly call that 5-pin. Oh, and the backfire for Maizuru, because that would have been the pair.
Yeah, we're a little bit unfortunate here for Maizuru. I'm just looking around the board. I'm trying to figure out who's trying to do what. Now, Veggie obviously just wants to win a hand and end the game. What do you think Maizuru is actually planning on doing here? Are they looking to win the
looking for the Ricci, Pinfu, Ipeco.
Is wanting to hardline into a well, actually, with that hand, it's probably their only option.
Yeah, it is, especially with the 5-pin backfire like that. That's the only way you move forward. Now, interesting that Morovo did not call the Haku and try to move the hand forward. It seems like probably a commitment to Chi-Toy then.
Yeah, might actually be shooting for first place with this more of a point gap. Do you feel like you would have kept the door if you were hardlining? If you were going for that Chi-Toy?
I probably would, but and you look at Veggie's situation, it's all bad.
Yeah. Tenpai now for Maizuru, waiting on the 5-8, so for each Pinfu Ipeco. Veggie is, in a lot of danger right now.
Well, you could safely throw the 8-pin right now, but after that, this hand just gets ugh.
The 6-mon comes through. It is Genbutsu. Now, another 4 of the weights are in ISQ's hand.
Oh, now that's a bailout Veggie. Now you actually have a chance to move forward.
Yeah, if Veggie plays this correctly, he's suddenly has a way out here.
The only thing that ruins you is if you do draw that 9-so the hand is dead. Go ahead and push the 4-pin. There's no reason not to. Veggie's team needs the points.
Definitely. The 6-mon would have been very nice to have here, but did decide to push it through on the Genbutsu tile. 1-mon. It's not good enough to hold on to.
Still looking for that Yaku at this point.
Definitely.
Oh, perfect. Time to pwn, and you're in Tenpai.
Pwn.
For Tanyao Dora 3.
Nice.
Unfortunately for Veggie, all of the 6-sos are out, although he doesn't know it.
From Veggie's point of view, this is like a solid push.
Exactly.
Right. IOSQ's been grabbing a few of them, should we say, as half of the hand looks pink.
4-so here. Half Suji right now.
Yeah, this is a much harder push, but again, Veggie's team needs the points.
Definitely.
Now, the question is, does IOSQ call here and try to go for some sort of K10? The answer is no, perfectly content to move the hand on.
I think the more interesting hand right now might be Morovo. He is actually Ishan 10.
Oh.
Never mind.
Ooh!
Sumo Ipeiko.
リーチ、
Pinfu.
スモ、ピンフ、イーペイコー。
Very timely sumo for Maizuru. As you've already mentioned, reach sumo Ipeko Pinfu for 7,800 total. Very important hand to finish up here.
And it's very
31,000.
important that there is not Agare Yame, so you have to continue to try and defend this, and it gives Veggie a chance to try and push back again.
Definitely.
But Morova is going for the Honitsu, possibly with some Dora coming in, or maybe even a Toy Honitsu with enough value to get to first pretty easily. IOSQ again has a pretty terrible hand, and Maizuru has some amazing shapes, and that 6 so draw really helps. And ooh, that's a perfect draw for Veggie. Adds another Dora, possible Ricci, Tanyao, Dora 2, maybe even.
He did actually reject the Ishan 10 there and going for the 8-9 man throw. Is this something you would have done, or you would have just thrown the 4-so?
I'd just cut the 4-so at this point. Ricci, Dora, Sumo is enough, so that's what I'm aiming for. But with this, let's see, 3,900 is enough to come back, so it's obviously a shift to open Tanya, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah. Maizuru now has the...
That is a really upward shape.
He does go for the, I guess, Ishan 10 on the Chi Toy, but also trying to keep his shapes over there.
Right, and that hurts that 4-so call because you can't really call it. The hand's kind of stuck, and it's a commitment to the Chi Toy at this point.
Can you not
you
call?
Can now, yes, take that Dama for Tanya Ipeiko Dora 2.
Could you not maybe even pawn the 5-7 pin, because you would be tenpai on the 2-5 bamboo for Maizuru previously?
Oh yeah, earlier you had a lot more options, but it seemed like a much harder commitment. Now I would call this with the 3-5.
G です。
And Tenpai for that Tanya Dora 2, which is good enough to come back. Oh, but IOSQ gets the dangerous 6-pin, but can use it in the hand, but it doesn't matter because Maizuru hits it perfectly. Sumo, Tanya, Ipeiko, Dora 2.
イーペイコー、Tanyaをドラに。満願。
So
yeah, Maizuru turning the Jets on in all last. Kind of a repeat of last game. South for free Honda now.
So, seeing as you predicted this at the beginning of the game, is this gonna go to 6 Honda? What do you think?
Well, they're halfway there now. I'd say no, just because Maizuru doesn't have any real reason to drag the hand out. Of course, if you can get a nice little Honitsu Yakuhai Dora, you'll take it.
Yeah, I feel as if for Maizuru, like...
Yep.
Sorry, I'm stuck between thoughts. I feel like if Maizuru was given the fast hand, they'll take it. But unless they actually, if they have to fight for the hand, they probably won't be pushing all too hard.
Yeah, that's basically how I'd view it. And Veggie again wakes up with a Junshan Sanshuku Dora hand, but now I have to question about the Itsu. I would cut the 2-pin here and keep both options open. And that's what it did. let's see. IOSQ has a really awkward structure in Mon, but does have some Dora. Maybe able to get a Ricci Tanya Dora too.
Moreover, does
And
actually Tenpai just on that last draw there, going for the Kan 3-pin.
right,
Doesn't
and you don't want to take that. Ooh, interesting situation now though, uh, because you want to move that to some sort of Itsu. But let's see, Ricci Sumo with the 1900 in the pot still needs an Aura, I guess.
mm,
The problem is the 7-pin may come out from Veggie if it's not a hard fold.
Hmm.
yeah.
This is a pretty pretty important rather reach for Morova as well, because if they hit Veggie on the head, I believe it's enough to close the distance.
Because of all that home, but I think it is
Mm.
too. That's going to be a 2200 hit plus the 1000 in the pot.
Mm. In this situation, I think both IOSQ and Maizuru are folding. Yeah, it's a pretty easy fold for Maizuru. Doesn't need to actually challenge the hand, and IOSQ doesn't seem to have a very good hand, pushing a tiny bit with that one so there.
Well, does hit it. Sumo, that you have to take
Sumo.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
It does score it to Hanchan, so you do get the extra free here. But no Aura and just that close.
Mm. So we
Yep.
round out. Maizuru in first at 42,300. Veggie, 23,500. Morova 23,100, and IOSQ 11,100. Unfortunately, similarly to last game, we are running a little bit behind schedule, so we'll not be able to pull Maizuru in for an interview. So we will, I will grab a written statement from them later on. The next games are scheduled to start in 3 minutes. So we are currently 8 minutes out from the next game. So we will take a short break here and be back very soon. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 7 of the Australian Richi Mahjong Association Team League Final Series. So in Game 7, we will have J-Cakes in the EC Ozbowl, J-Cakes for Notice Me Tenpai in the EC, Ozbowl for Chumbo Nomi in the South Seat, Rariel with a return appearance in the West Seat for Tile Dreaming, and ESP in the and ESP in the North Seat for AU NSW Wanderers. Now, this is we're getting to crunch time, lads. Game 7, Chombo Nomi have fallen to second place. AU NSW Wanderers have climbed up above them at 195.3. Chombo Nomi at 178.8. Tile Dreaming at third place with 118.9, and Notice Me Tenpai at 15.2. Loading into game 1, J-Cakes, as we have mentioned in the EC, must take back-to-back first place, must take first place now for his team if they have any chance of making it back into the series. Should mention that they required Chumbo Nomi and AU NSW Wanderers to take significant fourth and third place losses, but we deal with one issue at a time here. 8 so is the Dora. One copy in Jay's hand with a red, couple runmans and pairs here and there, but no completed shapes as of yet. Looking around, I feel like Ozbowl's hand and maybe even Rariel's might be the fastest ones we're looking at.
Well, it's a situation where opening lets you speed the hand up so much. In terms of just standard Ukairi and such, it's clearly J-Cakes has the best hand, but you can't do anything with it.
Definitely locked into those runmans and the Hanchan in the 7, so it might be a little bit difficult for him to finish out here. So we'll keep track of that as we go. Ozbowl finishing off the Hatsu Unko now as well. Shaping out to be a pretty nice Ishanten. 6-pin for Jay progresses him as well to Ishanten, but Ishanten shape probably isn't as good as Ozbowl's here.
Rariel draws a really nice 8-pin and now has Ishanten with Ryanmen and the Sunmin Chun, so looking pretty good. Oh, the 9-pin's such a useless tile there. It technically accepts more, but you don't want to keep it around, and you don't want to have to throw the Dora.
Yeah, 9 so there for Jay is it's almost utter garbage. It's not quite utter garbage, but it's pretty bad. ESP draws a West Wind, has the opportunity to call Khan, doesn't decide to. Fills out the Tuso Hanchan, which is amazing for their draw.
Picks up an extra Dora that he really didn't want. Ooh, speaking of extra Dora, JK has it, and if this comes up from Ozbowl, it's an instant pwn for a monster hand.
Yeah, this turned out to be a pretty, oh my god, I don't want this hand for Jay until
wow, and he picks up Richi, Pinfu, Dora 2, and J-Cakes is now in Tenpai for Kanyao, Dora 3, possible Dora 4, but unlikely. There's one left in the wall and one in Ozbowl's hand.
Boy. Lots of things happening all at once. We turned that hand from, pretty boring into something, great. Richard Park, Sumo, Pinfu, 2 reds for Hanuman to start the game. AU NSW Wonder is soaring into first place now. 38,000 total rock currently for ESP. Hitting Jay also on the head there. So Notice Me Tenpai's chances aren't looking great right now. Chombo Nomi, Ozbowl now in the dealer seat, has to do something. Rariel, 2 Doras in the hand. Just a quick glance around. Whose hand do you most favor in the current situation? Tile Dreaming needs points. Like, they can't really afford to take to be wasting all too many hands here. Chombo Nomi can probably still take some pretty smaller hands. How would your game plan progressed for each team right now?
I would have, if I were Rariel, I'd have instantly cheated the 1-mon. Yes, you're giving up information about your hand, but that 2-door is going to be hard to use elsewhere. Goes ahead and keeps it closed, but you still have all those honor floaters. You hope to pair one of those up, but now the hand's basically moving towards a more conventional shape. And you look at that discard pile and you go, well, if you were going to do that, why didn't you just go for the Nitsu in the first place?
Yeah, and that massive backfire on the 3-pin into the red 5, into the 4-pin just really stings. J-Cake's now finishing out a 6-7-8 set, but the hand has no value.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Even if you got Tempai, you can't necessarily even take it. You can go ahead and cut the 4-pin here, and the off hope you end up with the Champone. But goes with the 1 set. Just a bad choice either. And yeah, see, again, this is the problem with the way Ruriel played it earlier, is you end up not doing anything for your hand anyway. But is progressing nicely, especially if this Shaw comes up from Jay.
Shaw is that's 7-mon as well.
Yeah,
yeah.
He's in a pretty good situation with Ishan 10 for Pinfu, and Ozball's hand just isn't coming together.
Yeah, it's definitely not what Chumbo Nomi want to be seeing in their dealership.
Yeah.
More pins for Rariel as well. Basically signaling that, hey, I am confirmed Honitsu. I guess the no, not really. I was gonna say I guess the Chunter possibility is there, but it'd be a strange Chunter.
If J-Cakes does and this Shah is actually gonna come out, and Rariel's putting the Pong here after, or does it come out?
After Ichi this, I don't know what he's. Oh, he timed out.
I think he timed out.
I guarantee you that wasn't intentional.
Yeah, that
you're gonna throw the Hatsu. That's an option, but ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, I think he timed out. He's either looking away at something, DC'd, or just timed out because
well, it may end up not being that terrible. Looking to pwn the Hatsu and wait on Shatanki, but they're all gone and they're not coming out from anyone. So basically, as far as I see it, Jay and Ruriel's hands are basically canceling each other out. So it's a pretty good chance that ESP ends up winning this hand.
Is the 4-so for ESP? Actually, I think that's Yakunashi. Yeah.
Ooh, Ozball's getting tempted, but at this point, live door, it just looks so bad.
Yeah, there's basically, well, there is a way you could push it, but there's usually speaking not much of a way you can.
Basically, the cost benefit isn't there.
Well, considering that J-Cakes, I mean, he did time out, but J-Cakes is in Notice Me Tenpai, so is it possible that he was waiting for the last Hatsu and then going for, or perhaps the Sha and going for the, Shampon Sha Hatsu of some sort?
It's possible, but if you're going to do that, you'd probably cut the 3-mon and keep the 2, 3, 4, 5 shape. That way, if you get the red 5, you had another option.
Now we do see a wider shape now for ESP into Pinfu Tenpai now.
Pinfu possible. Well, no, not possible, Ipeiko, because the 9-so is dead.
Yeah. Nevertheless, is Tenpai, however, unlikely to complete the hand now that they've got basically 1 draw left. Yeah, will not complete the hand.
And the 6-so is completely dead, I think. So after all that, ESP racks up another 3,000 points.
Yeah, big steps here for AU and SW Wanderers. Pulling just a little bit, not as far forward as that Hanuman win, but every step forward matters at this point in the finals. Jay, early call on the white, looking to convert on a quick hand with that 2-door he has.
Well, not just even the 2 Dora, but very good Sunshuku chant. Just needs something to pair up.
Yep, something.
Oh, yeah, like the tune would be nice.
Yeah, like the chun. Little bit unfortunate there for Jay, but what can you do? In an alternate universe, he would have dropped the 9-pin and paired up on the 9-pin.
Oh, and it hurts so much because this head keeps moving that direction.
Yep.
I think the initial thought was that he kept the 9-pin to take the 8-pin Dora Ukei there, just because his team is actually quite far in the
Well,
back.
he manages to back into it anyway. This
Yeah.
is Tempai for 4-pin for Sunshuku, Haku Dora 2, which is a pretty good place to be.
Yeah. I think Nossi, you actually make a pretty interesting. You make a pretty interesting comment about the 8-pin Ukeire, which I just missed, and it's probably what he actually was going for. Meanwhile, Ruriel Tenpai now east wind west, possible double east if he hits the east wind as we've mentioned. So we have a fight on our hands.
Yes, and may not last that long because that's such a good shape, but or such a good weight with the Shaw tone, but 2 are out, so they could be deep in the wall.
So it is actually 3 against 2 right now. So yeah, it's still anyone's game at the moment.
So Jay could have switched out to a 2-pin, 3-pin weight, but will be unlikely.
So much value there.
Unlikely to. Unlikely to, and did not. The 4-pin here.
Oh,
boy!
He hits the
oh boy! Massive sumo for JK here. White Dragon, Sunshoki, 2 reds for a Manga. Now this is big because closes the gap with AUNSW Wanderers, but also shoots a big shot towards Tyler Dreaming here. The Oyakaburi is in this current point situation means a lot. Now ESP East 4 dealership, not looking at. Oh, actually no. This it's not all too bad. I think. Yeah, that's not all too bad. The 2 now is actually also very good for ESP. So shaping out to be not the biggest value in the world, but probably Reach Pinfu is what we'll end up looking at for ESP.
ESP is really looking for that 4-5-6 Sanshuku with this hand,
but
it's going to be hard to pull off.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ruriel will be needing to draw back into the game here. Has a copy of the East Store and will be looking to pair up or even triple up at some point. J Cakes. I'm not sure
J
what.
Cakes is looking for Itsu possible, maybe some sort of Sunshuku, but again, Jay needs value.
Yeah. The textbook line in a flat point situation for Jay's hand might be some kind of Reach Pinfu, some kind of Reach Pinfu Itsu, but we'll be looking for something, just like Manga minimum really for Jay, I think.
Right, especially with ESP as dealer, you really want to get that big hit. Now, the problem is the hand isn't shaping up to be what you're looking for. Because even if you get the 7, then you're probably going to have to break one of the 2 Ryanmans if you go for the Itsu. But the hand is moving reasonably quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I hate that. I hate it. The 9-pin does nothing for this hand. It's probably an attempt to back into the Sunshuku, but that decision probably could have been made earlier.
Now,
meanwhile, Ozball's sitting here with 2 Dora waiting for Ruriel to throw it.
Do you feel like Ruriel will throw it at some point, or has he kind of just?
Sure. You have some really good shapes there. There's enough to push. If, say, you draw a 7, I'd immediately throw it.
Seven pin here for Jay. The hand, it feels like the hand just keeps getting more and more awkward.
he keeps trying to brute force it into Sanshuku, and it's just not the type of hand that's going to work that way.
Mm.
Now
The
that's
8-mon
actually a good
now.
draw. This is a good time to get rid of the 9-pin or the 9-mon. He's completely locked in on that Sanshuku. He's not thinking of anything else at this point.
Well, if considering this point situation, even though there is only one 9-so out, is it still possible to, like for that sliver of chance to actually go for that Sunshocker, considering he has no value in his hand?
No, the better shift would be cutting the 9-pin now and maybe even getting the 6-7-8 Sanshuku, adding Tanyao.
Now, Reriel's found another copy of the East Wind, basically, as Jay always says, Mochi Mochi.
Nothing's going to happen here. This is going to end up as a draw unless ESP gets something, which could easily happen. A 3 or 5 pin, and it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, we do see both of them opening now, still hoping for that.
And ESP just goes
come through
10 at this point. So, yeah, this is almost certainly going to end up as a draw.
Jay's basically drawing dead now. Not much to find. ESP with the red 5 does stop the.
I would con that if I'm Rariel.
Chi comes through for Jay, moving towards K10. Rariel not taking the con as Korak really wanted there, I think.
Well, it's a hand that's not there. You're in 4th. You want to scare the table, and you want to get another chance to get to Tempai. I mean, you have to suspect at this point the hand's Mochi Mochi, but you need something. You can't finish this hand without Tempai.
Yeah.
And yet that seems to be a pretty hard commitment towards giving up by throwing the 4-mon there.
It's either a hard commitment or hoping to pick up the...
hopefully it doesn't deal the 1 or the 4 here.
It is Ote. Yeah, okay. So it does throw the 5 correctly.
Yeah, so 10 pi for ESP and Ozbol, shifting 1,500 points to each of them.
Well, the thing is, if you dealt Hote, it would have been 1,500 either way. So,
so J Cakes, are we looking for another Shore Sushi here, perhaps? Or...
yeah, I mean that's what the hand is going for. It's not going to happen because Ozbol has the shot, but I don't see why you don't at least go for the Honitsu and see how the hand develops.
Definitely, this is probably minimum Honitsu. There is a world where Ozbol cuts the Shah, but considering that Ozbol's hand is also Honitsu looking, it's pretty unlikely.
Yes, that's basically what it looks like. Oh, well, that's a bit annoying for Jay, but it's not like he can do anything else with this hand anyway. Now, ESP has a very good hand coming together.
Yeah, we're looking at...
That helps.
Oh, that 6... Yeah, that 6-0 is actually big. So Ipeko minimum here. Actually, not even minimum. May elect to open the hand at some point, depending on what they're given. But reach pin through Tan Yao, Ipeko would be what I'd be personally looking at.
I'd be looking to open that. You have bad shapes all over the place. Dora 2 seems like a pretty straightforward open.
All right. Now, does have the 6... Ooh, to incorporate that Dora he just drew.
Yeah, so about that. Now it's Tanya Dora 3, and I'm feeling much less bad about a move to opening the hand.
Yeah, I'm much more inclined to agree now. Now looking at this, I'd be looking to open.
Never feels good to draw the double Dora in the other suit of Honitsu.
Yeah, unfortunate, but what can you do? Jay crossroads
Jay has
now.
Chanta.
Yeah, does decide to move towards a Chanta here. Gives up on the Yakuman chance. Probably senses that it's not happening with the double south across the table already discarded.
Ooh, and ESP fills that Ryankan. So this is looking Very good.
Yeah, definitely. Still headless, however,
Ozball
massive
is
shapes.
now Tempai for the Honitsu
One-
Hatsu.
Yeah. 1 4-pin. Eight pin, one so. Hanchan.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go.
For the extra value. And adds a Dora. So
Yeah,
that is
adds a
one
Dora.
gun.
Gives himself another draw to possibly get into Tenpai.
ESP
Didn't
should
quite get
own this
there.
immediately and cut 6 so.
Chi. Chi is also fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
does.
Tenpai
It's
either way.
Tempai either way.
Preserves a Sunshoku chance here, interestingly enough. Oh, well, the Pon would have... Yeah, the Pon would have given him Sunshoku chance anyway. 3-1, yeah. Jay manages to Tenpai, I believe it was either that turn or the turn before. Honitsu only, no Chunta, unfortunately.
And Jay gets his Bakahone.
2,000.
Unfortunately, drew the 6 mon instead of the 9 mon, so couldn't add the Chanta. But you take that. He didn't necessarily know how dangerous ESP was at the time, but he knew Ozball was showing Mongon, so 2,000 does not feel bad.
Yeah, definitely not. South 1 now, JK's dealership. Flat Honda now as well. So, interestingly enough, that is actually a rarity tonight. We've seen a lot of Honda being passed around here and there. So, I don't know. Walking into South 1, it's kind of nice to see no Honda. Triple of the North now for Ozball. Unfortunately, not a Yakuhai tile. Does have a copy of the red 5. Rerial also with a red 5 in the bamboo, and lots of pairs. The 7-man draw is good. Well, progressing your hand's always good, but what would you be looking towards with that hand?
Well, if I'm Rariel right now, this is Ishanten, so I'm not thinking that hard about it. Now that's an interesting situation. You have a possible Itsu shift again. Unlikely, but possible. A possible Sun Shuku. You basically let the hand play itself there.
Yeah.
Ozball, again, it's just straightforward efficiency. I don't really like the 2-mon cut earlier, although it could come out probably now. And Jay, of course, is playing for the Tanyao. Dora, you really want the Sun Shuku, but it's going to require a shift. And ESP's hand is potential, especially with the Itsu, but it's going to be hard to find a head.
Definitely. What do you think, Nosti? What would you be looking at? Maybe let's discuss Tile Dreaming situation right now. Rariel currently in 3rd place, stuck here and there. What would you be hoping to find?
I'd be hoping to find Tenpai. I mean, he has, well, yeah, like there isn't there isn't much you can do here. I mean, it'll be quite interesting if he does actually get the 9. So he does get a 6. So, but anyway, if he got a 9, so whether or not he'll actually reject that not actually reach you there. He does get a 6. So I think. Wait, hold on. Why is this?
What?
What?
It's obviously an attempt to shift to Sun Shuku, but I hate that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the best line forward. Now, I guess best case scenario here for Rariel is drawing into some kind of 4-man and reaching for reach pin through Dora, but I feel like that should have been a reach keeping the red 5.
Well, it should be double Ricci because Ozball should have called Ricci last turn. And this is the other problem with throwing that Dora out is now the 1-mon would look really, really good to everyone. In fact, I'd expect ESP to throw it next turn, if not this turn. Ooh, does keep pushing with the 1 pin. Oh, right, because of course Rariel threw it.
Yeah. I think the interesting here is just how far Jay would actually try to push into this Ozball Ricci. He does actually find the best tile he can possibly find, which is the Kan 5-man. So he's currently in Ishanten. I have a feeling that he's pretty much going to push everything here.
Ooh, and a
yeah,
late
I agree
reach
with
from
that, too.
Ariel.
Yeah, Ruriel decides, okay, I've had enough, and goes ahead and declares the Ricci, but you'd feel so much better about reach. Oh, okay.
Oh boy!
That's one way.
リーチ一発ツモ
But you know what would feel better than Ipatsumo? Ipatsumodora.
Yeah. All right. So, better late than never, I guess. Coming from Ariel, +6. Oh no, 4,000 there rather. Moving us into South 2. ESP still in first, followed by Jay, Dan Rariel, and Osbol. Osbol needs to do something now to keep his team in the league.
And Osbal has some Dora, but some really bad shapes, and you're running into a Chinitsu possibly from J and a Honitsu from ESP, both of which, for their respective value, are really high
Mm-hmm.
and really fast. Ruriel has a pretty middling hand at best.
Will probably be a null factor this hand. Doesn't seem to be all too fast and unlikely to go anywhere in a rush.
Jay should definitely call this with the 5-7.
Does call with the 5-7 here. 5-pin will come out. Yep, does come out here. Moving towards the flush hand of some kind, whether it's Honitsu or Shinitsu, will be left to the next few tiles.
ESP is Ishan 10 now, so just trying to move this along, which, given the point position, is the right play. Jay still has quite a bit to go because it could be Honitsu, but you really want to make this the Chinitsu for the 12,000. Oh, that's a horrible draw because Jay really fills in his biggest choke point in this hand now.
Yeah. Ishan, as you've mentioned, Ishan 10 now and probably Jay's best case scenario. Lots of pawn chances and will basically take any. We'll take any call that comes
absolutely anything here.
Any call that comes his way, he will take for a taste of
the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
Now Rariel,
everything.
Yeah, Rariel kind of making me eat my own words here. No longer a null factor. Ricci, Tanyao, Dora, Hanchan 6-man.
Just that's how it works. As long as you stick with that efficiency, eventually the wall will reward you.
Red 5 for Osbol shifts the 6-7-8 shape into a 5-6-7 shape. 2 so for Jay, best tenpai possible.
With the 1-4, and the 1 looks quite good. There are only 2 of them left, but they're both in the wall. That's the end.
Oh, we will be seeing a little bit of Ura here. Reach, Tanyao, Dora. Only 1 Ura, Mungan for Rariel. Big win for Tile Dreaming.
But no, Jay played that the way you have to. You have to keep pushing. This is your hand to take first, and your team needs it.
Yeah.
So we move into South 3. We see Osbal with some bad shapes, but a ton of value. Jay with some decent shapes, but no value. ESP looks like probably the most likely to win the hand with just maybe Tanyao, Dora, possible Sanchuku in there, and Ruriel with middling hand, but needs to make some progression to get anything out of it.
6-pin for Jay opens up a Ipeco line, however, has a pair of the 1 and 9 bamboo. Will make the hand just a little bit awkward. Double Dora and Chun now for Osbol. Would you be looking to open this hand?
If you're Osbal, oh yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
You're not getting first in this Hanchan, and you've been gifted 3,900 to get you within striking range for South 4. And if you get anything else, like say convenient 0p, you have possibilities for a lot more.
Yeah, definitely. So still ways out of last place here, possibly even into second with the correct draws.
And that pair up's really nice. Now
Mm.
you can pwn a whole lot more things. Jay's hand really isn't budging that much. Even I don't like the 7. Seems more like a commitment to Cheetoy
Chi.
now.
Yeah, 7 does feel a little bit strange there. Oswald does take the chi, fills out this runman shape. Now on to still 2 Shanten, but he'll take what he can get in this current situation, I think.
Now, ESP makes
Oh,
interesting
so
discard
that
with the Chuso there. I kind of wanted to open this for Tanyao, but now kind of locks in that 3-5 Kanchan and can't do anything with the extra tiles there. The 1 man doesn't do anything other than add safety, probably running in this hand at this point.
Hmm.
I just want to remark a bit on like J-Cake's hand. I think he's definitely thinking of a Cheetoy, and considering again his point situation and team's point situation, that might just be the fastest way to a manga or a Haneman is through the Cheetoy.
Does miss out on a Sunshoku possibility, actually.
He does,
Yeah,
indeed.
I was looking more for the Sunshku there. Osbal cuts the 6, so which I don't really like. I don't see what the pay keeping around the pay.
Yeah. Do you feel like keeping the pay and opening up the 6 so pawn possibility was a lot better?
Yeah, it's only 2 extra Ukiiri for something that's not all that likely to come out. But you also have the option of if for whatever reason you draw the red 5 pin or even the non-red 5 pin, you can then keep the Shampo 6. So Chun. As it is, you have completely locked this hand. It can never be anything but 3,900 points.
Yeah.
And I guess unless you draw the 0, so which we know is an ESP's hand.
For those of you who are possibly wondering, the red 5 pin cannot upgrade Oswald to a Mangan, as they both won't have a Yaku and can't discard any of the doors right now just because they're a little bit too live.
Jay probably should. Oh, well, he is. No, okay. Now the Cheetoy is probably the only way forward at this point. ESP, yeah, definitely feels like he's giving up on this hand. Varial's just going to push anything because why not?
Now, the Chun here is actually super live. So,
right, it looks like a good Cheetoy tile, which is why it's being kept.
Yeah.
The Shah here is also quite live.
Yeah. Interesting. No Kun from Osbo. How do you feel about that? I feel like Kun here is actually really important.
Yeah, your Con. You want to get Tempai here. It's really important. The concern you would have is a possible Chun Con, but it's worth it.
Yeah, that extra draw just means so much right now. Now the red 5 does find its way into JK's hand. It's still nothing though.
And Rariel will pick up 3,000 points.
Yep. We enter Ryukoku Rariel plus 3,000. Score gap closing for ESP here now. Rariel less Mungan away, but dealer Mungan is a little bit more than the gap right now. So we'll take first place with the dealer Mungan. Unfortunately, not the hand you want to be looking at to get that Mungan.
Let's see. Looking at the J has a good hand, but he can't take the 2,000 or 3,900 points. Has to keep it closed, so it's not nearly as good as it looks. I throw the 8-man here as he did for a possible Sunshoku shift later. Osbald's hand is it's just bad. Rariel's hand is also bad. Possible pwn on the Haku, maybe some cheese and could move it forward. And ESP has some shapes, but looks to be the best of the bunch here.
Yeah. At what point would you consider maybe even breaking the south pair for Jay? Would you ever consider that, or would that be more of a never thing?
I will at minimum wait until one has come out and probably 2 of them. He just does it immediately, though. He says, I want that Tanyao. I'm thinking more of an Onko here, or even a Champone final weight, but I can see why you
Yeah.
did it.
Do you feel like maybe if you're going to cut the South anyway, you should have probably cut it instead of the 8-man? Or do you feel like...
No, as I said,
No,
it's
alright.
the Sanjuku shift. That's clearly what he's aiming for in this hand. Ooh, that 3-man is very tempting, but the Tanyao Sanjuku Dora just isn't quite enough, so he has to pass on it.
6-pin for Rariel. Can't bring himself to cut the Dora. Lots of... There's good possibilities in Rariel's hand, actually, isn't there?
Yes, but okay, yeah, there it comes. The big problem you have to either throw the Dora, and even then you're waiting on that awful Hanchan 2-man. But ooh, interesting draw for Jay. Now I'd probably consider cutting the 6-7 so there, because Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora is fine by itself.
Doesn't elect to take it. Kind of hard sticks to the Sunshoku shift possibly here.
Yeah, he's definitely playing for first, which, given the position his team is in, isn't that bad a play. It's just going to keep getting worse, though, because those 3-man just keep coming out.
There's a red 5 here.
And see, okay, now you're basically committing to it with the... if you'd really love to have that 8-man right now. Oh.
Now, a 5-so here is really good for Jay if he can find it.
Yeah, that's the dream draw. Everything else is that'd be nice.
Chun is safe enough to pass as it is right now. 1 cut already. 2-man will probably chi here. Does take the chi. Still headless though. Turns the 1-so into the head. Now this feels a little bit dangerous. Holding.
It was, but it's a fear of throwing the 3 or the 6. But I would have just thrown the Dora anyway. Your dealer, no one's showing all that much danger. Oh, that's an interesting play.
Yes.
Tanyao Dora 3, I'd have instantly called that.
Well, ESP is actually now Tenpai for Chitoi Dora 3 Tanyao, so this is a Hanuman hand. Except he's waiting on the Dora, so I don't think anyone would actually throw it.
No, it's not going to come out from anyone. I'd be very surprised. And see, if you'd called last turn, you're in Tenpai now.
A pretty vulnerable situation here for Jay. Does decide to cut the 7 instead of shaping out his pin's shape, which is the correct option. So thankfully did take it.
And everyone's hand is basically stuck. We have 3 Tenpai, none of which are going to budge unless Osbald bails here, but given his score, he really can't. No one else's hand is going to change. The only question is, will someone... Oh, Osbald does give it up. Decides can't throw the Dora-soba there. And then actually... Okay. Wow.
Jay finds Tenpai here.
Bunch of people running now. This hand developed into something very interesting. You had people very scared of throwing things near the Dora.
Dealing into anything involving the Dora here is just would be game ending here. Now Abeso comes out from Rariel.
Oh, of course you take that.
Jay?
Pote. Oh, okay, that was
running out the timer. Pote, Tanya, Dora Aka, 8,000 for Jay. I'm going to chalk that up to a disconnect or something, because I'm not exactly sure what he was thinking about there.
Well, now you need the Haneman Sumo to get first. Unfortunately, first place is in a very strong first place. and moving forward with a pretty good hand. Let's see, who else has anything? Osbald's hand has some potential, maybe if it gets open, but he needs value, and there just isn't much there. Rariel's hand is coming together reasonably nicely. That pair looks really good. This is Ishunten for Chitoitsu on Dora, which, let's see, is that enough to come back? Not quite on the Sumo. Would need Sumo and Ura. And or you could go that direction and maybe have Honitsu, Toy Toy, Non, Dora, 2, and you may be able to make something from this. And J Cakes lets his timer run out again. I think he's a little confused as what to do with all this. I kept that because there was a 5, 6, 7 Sanshuku path, and you still have the obvious Panitsu if you want to go that direction.
あ、それポン。
Okay, Rariel goes for the Honitsu, non-Dora, possible Toy Toy.
チー。
And locks in the Tempai for Mongon.
Oh, and ESP
ESP draws it. And that would not be enough for first, but it makes it very close.
ナン、本一、ドラ。
Yeah, so the game rounds out here. Mungun for Rariel. Believe that's second for him? Yeah, it is. No, not quite enough for first. So second place. Yeah. Rounding out, ESP clinching it at first place. Rariel in second place. J Cakes third. And Osbold in fourth. Now, I am just trying to scramble around in the background, seeing what I can do. Just quickly from last game, Mai's statement regarding his win. In East 3, were you worried about the dealer Hanuman? His reply was, yes, I was very afraid about the confirmed Hanuman. The 5-man early discard indicated that they are either Tenpai or very rare, or will be in Tenpai pretty soon. But considering that if he played passively, the completion of a dealer Hanuman basically means he wouldn't be able to catch up. So taking the Tenpai and risking the live tiles to dumb his hand was enough for him to clinch a win there. In South 3, did you have any comments about your attempted Shinitsu? He did consider staying closed, however, winning the considering that opening was Mungun guaranteed anyway, he felt that scaring people into folding was a decent outcome for him. And in South 4, we considered that to be the turning point of the game. Did you have any comments about your dealership, and did you plan it to be that way, or did it just happen? And he replied, in South 4, I would have liked to enter with a bigger lead. However, but just like most of my other games, South 4 ended up having a small score gap between all players. So as he is dealer in all last, he wanted to go as offensive as possible, and luckily his wins were good enough. Now, just running around, we unfortunately won't have enough time to give Korak both a break and an interview for Mai. So we will take another written statement from him and take a short break now. We are back on schedule, so we will start the games at 10 p.m. AEST, and we'll come back to the commentary desk at 5 past. So stick around. The points are shaping up to be quite an interesting final series, so stay tuned and we will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game of the Australian Riichi Mahjong Association Team League. Just recapping the scores very quickly, we are currently at AU NSW Wanderers at 245.7. Chombo Nomi dragging behind now, 133.9. Tile Dreaming at 129, and Notice Me Tenpai unfortunately at minus 0.4, so unlikely to be catching anyone. Notice Me Tenpai now. The matchup to be looking at will probably be Chombo Nomi trying to claw their way back into first place here. Unlikely, but is possible if Chombo Nomi takes substantial first place with AU and SW Wanderers in last place. Tile Dreaming probably looking to shoot for second here, maybe, with their current point gap. Just recapping the prizes real quick. There will be team prizes, so each player will get a copy of. So first place, a $20 Amazon gift card or 4 months of Tenho Premium. And second place is a $10 Amazon gift card or 2 months of Tenho Premium. Now, once again, that is each player on the team will receive that prize. So, still things to shoot for if you're looking to go for second place. Did Nosti and Korak, was there anything you wanted to comment on regarding the current point margins, or do you feel like it's pretty set in stone?
The real fight here is going to be the fight for second. You have two teams that are right next to each other. It's less than a 5-point spread, I think. So yeah, no, that's very close here. There isn't that much to worry about. Unless AUNSW completely tanks it, they've probably got it locked up. But then again, we saw what Chombo Nomi did in that first Hanchan, so it's definitely possible. Notice Me Tenpai, there's you need a Yakuman or two.
Yeah, like multiple really to get back in.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Nosti?
Yeah, so definitely, I would still say maybe in the first few Hanchans, if Tile Dreaming and Chombo Nomi basically can see that the point gap is not going to be huge, and AUSW's Wanderers are not going to go to negative 10,000 points, then they might just be heading for second place. However, in terms of UMA difference between first and fourth, it's 70 apart, and then with the point with the table point difference, I mean there is a very slight possibility, but yeah, we'll have to see how as the game goes on.
Yeah. And with that, we load into the game. Gwills for Tile Dreaming in East Seat, Jay in for Notice Me Tenpai in the South Seat, ESP with a repeat appearance in the West Seat, and Koala in the North Seat for Chombo Nomi. Nossi, could you just open up the hands for us, please?
Yes, I have forgotten that every single time.
Now, unfortunately, as we do see, ESP for AUNSW Wanderers is playing in the final game, so we will not be able to grab a statement from him regarding the last game. However, if they happen to win this game, we will just ask about both, maybe. Just a quick sweep around the hands. Koala with 2 copies of the Dora and a pair of the Northwind might be looking to open up this hand and go quite fast to capitalize on that free Dora they have. Gwills with their dealership, not what they want to be looking at. Just almost trash, but not quite trash. That 4-so draw makes their hand a lot better, but still a little bit far away. Jay, pair of the Green Dragon, but not much value in their hand, and not an easy way to incorporate it either unless they draw exactly the Dora. Drawing the Hatsu opens up a Reach Hatsu, which makes the hand just a little bit better for them. And finally, ESP with almost trash, but not quite trash. Any comments, lads? Who are we looking at right now?
It looks like J cakes at this point. There isn't too much value, but especially that 7-so also gives a possible Sananko and Richi Sumo, Sananko, Hatsu, maybe Samura. But then again, if you're a dealer and pick up a Richi Tanya Dora, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty instant Reacher coming out from Gwills. Looking at a Hanchan 7-pin, which happens to be locked up in ESP's hand here, so only one left in the wall. Koala finally managing to palm that north. Dora free right now. I believe this is Ishanten. Yeah, it is Ishanten.
Yeah, it wants the 7 so twice. So now J cakes. Ooh, that's an interesting draw. Does he have it in him to ever cut Sun? So
questionable.
Ooh, now the 7-pin may come out now because it's Suji, but there are still safe tiles for a bit.
Yeah, there's plenty of safe tiles. Like, it might come out later. It's just like, oh, it's Suji and I get 3 turns of safety, but unlikely currently.
He might chi this and have to cut Sunso, so let's see what he does. He does chi, and...
Oh.
Heretic. Absolute heretic.
Okay, well, we know what we're asking Jay, even though he's not... we don't know if he's coming on basis Hanchan, but I will be giving him crap for that.
Yeah, absolute heretic. How can you spread the word of Sunso and cut the Sunso there? Even though it's the, arguably it's the correct play, but no, it wasn't the correct play.
For it immediately.
Absolute heretic. I can't believe it. I don't believe it. Oh boy. Yeah, what is there to say?
Nothing.
Yeah, like
it's like I can't say anymore. It's like the preacher that doesn't believe in his own word, basically.
Oh boy.
But in the end, it's just going to be Tenpai picks up that 2,000 points. Oh wait, no, that's right. Jay is also Tenpai.
Yeah. Actually, just having a quick look at the board, there was actually an early 7-pin cut from Jay, so there was actually nothing for Gwills to draw there. All right, so East 1 Honda now, settling in to be a pretty sharp
Jay has Dora and some pretty decent shapes, so that's the hand I'm looking at. ESP may be able to open for a tone and not much else, but still pretty slow. Koala's hand, there's some shapes there, but nothing's really connecting, so it's pretty slow. And Gwills has some potential here. It's not going to be anything expensive or fancy, but you can definitely make a Richi, maybe even a Pinfu out of this. Goes for a little greedier play by cutting the 9-pin.
Now we don't see a call on the tongue on the East Wind for ESP. Definitely trying to dig his heels in and look for a little bit more of an expensive hand, I feel.
Well, it's not just that. It's that ESP is also based in the team position, not wanting to expose himself to any danger.
No need to with that. It's more than 100 points right now, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 110 points even of a lead for ESP and his team. So, yeah, good point there, not needing to expose themselves at all.
I have a feeling even if the second ton comes out, he would not be pawing this hand. And if he does actually get in Tenpai, I really doubt he's even going to reach it just because of that point gap. So I think ESP will just basically play like a bot or NPC this match.
Oh yeah, that is actually a good point. There's like absolutely no need to put your neck on the line. Interesting point. Will might actually come up in maybe like Pinfu hands. It's just like, do you reach these?
That's a Hanchan there, even though there was a lot better option by cutting the Doro or the 6-so. Going for a little bit more value. I don't know that I like considering this hand is already pretty decent. But the big thing we're all waiting for is what happens with J-Cake's hand, and can Will shut this down?
I guess like a big discussion point is like, you do go for more value cutting the penchant from Koala, but like, winning a hand is better than no value at all.
Yes, an ESP does fold, breaking up the tone pair. May be able to back into a Pinfu, and with the Ishanten there, Pinfu Dora is probably good enough.
Oh, Will's in the E seat, still stuck in Ishanten, looking at Hanyao.
Oh, does Ricci with the 4-7 pin weight.
Yep. Were you looking to say something, Nossi?
No, I was actually kind of surprised that he actually went for the Ricci. I mean, he can easily just Damaten this one, just because, again, he's just so far ahead, and if he does throw into some, like, Mangan or Hanuman hand, it wouldn't be very helpful for him. But
Yeah,
he does actually choose for 2, actually, Ricci, so that's good on him for actually putting up a fight.
4-7 pin weight now, so 1, 2, 3,
Jay
4,
picked up
5.
a really nice fill on that hand, and Ku is Ishunten for Dora 3 at least. Dora 4 at least. Goes for the greedy one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
7 man here, Gwills. Little bit risky considering the last discard was the 8 man from Jay.
And Jay should take this and just get to Tempai.
Doesn't. Sumo 7 pin. ESP with the E mode as well. Reach Sumo Pinfu Dora Uradora 5 ton 8,000 points for ESP. Massive win here. If you're in AU NSW Wanderers position, you're cruising chill, but you're definitely very happy with that win right now. J-Cakes now deal a very big hand, I think.
Yeah, first thing is that last hand. I still think Jay missed the call there for the Tempai, but ESP pulls out the Sumo there at the end for the big Mangan, and that's why Yurichi is. You can play scared, but you'll eventually bleed points that way. So this is why Yurichi.
Yeah, reaching definitely stops. Even with your lead, it stops the other players from just playing recklessly, because having to grab points is one thing, but playing recklessly and just bleeding points is another thing. So pretty solid Reacher coming out there for ESP. 6 man Dora draw now for Jay, connects to 7 man. Big hands coming together.
Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora 3.
Jay, would you even open this? Like, I feel like I would. Like, Mangan's enough here, isn't it?
Depends. I probably wouldn't, but you certainly can.
Now, ESP, on the other hand, not all too much going on in that hand. Does have a red 5, but definitely a
moving
over there.
pretty well too. Ishan 10.
Definitely. Ishan 10 now. Headless still, but can pick up a copy of the optimally speaking. Yeah. Optimally. Oh, here we go. Jay, Sunman Chan Ricci, Reach Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora 3, as we've mentioned already. Best case scenario right now as well. Now, the 8 man for ESP here, unlikely to deal in this turn. Or even down the line, I'm doubtful will deal in.
Well, this is the other part of the reaching last time, is now you have some points and you have the ability to play a lot more passively, which is what you wanted in the first place. You don't want to bleed everything off, which completely passive play will do. Kind of moves this towards the cheat toy, doesn't want to throw the Shompai.
Yep. 2 man here for Koala. Doesn't deal quite yet. Tenpai as well for Gwills has to pass
リーチよ
Dora, I believe. Does pass the Dora.
Bold, but it's the only option.
Reach Tanya Pinfu for Gwills.
Possibly Peiko.
So what would this be? It will be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it'll be 3 against how many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 5 tiles left somewhere for Jay, I think. And it deals in here.
Oh,
That's
Anyao Dora. That's a depressing way to end that hand.
Reach Pinfu Tanya.
Picks up the 3,900 plus the Ricci stick and moves into pretty solid second place.
Yeah, that Jay would not be happy about that, but such things happen in Mahjong. East 3 now, ESP dealership. If anything, ESP would probably be smiling at himself right now. It's just like,
that's perfectly fine. You just want you want every single hand to end without a big point swing. I mean, ideally, of course, Notice Me Tempai ends up getting more points than the other two from that perspective, but you're perfectly fine with how that ended. Most importantly, shut down that dealer turn.
Yeah. We do see 2 copies of the Dora for Jay, however, not much else going on. Does have the completed shape in the Muns and a Hanchan and Hanchan elsewhere, but will need a little bit of work to complete this hand.
This looks more like Gwills is probably going to win with the Ishun 10 ability to pull in the Haku. Other than that, you have Koala with some good shapes, but a little bit away. ESP really needs like that 8-so, but can't really call it. And J-Cakes, possible Itsu shift, but have the 2 Dora that are basically off on their own. And interesting situation for
that
a couple of calls, and
that was a very interesting line. Do you feel like maybe cutting the 2-pin pair was acceptable there, or is it always the 6-8 shape?
For me, it's always the 8 at least, and see that's part of why is now you can also call the 3. You throw the 8 first just in case you get really lucky and draw the red 5.
The West here, Will Gwills pawn this, does take the pawn. Tenpai now, 2-pin.
Take that for the 2,000. You figure it's almost certainly going to be the Haku that comes out rather than the 2-pin, but there's no guarantee.
2-pin Haku now for Gwills.
It will be 2,600 because there'll be enough food if the Haku does actually.
Right, because of the closed 2-mon.
Yeah.
Not sure what.
Jay is wondering, what? No, I don't like that play. Trying to keep as many Dora as possible, but instead ends up destroying the Itsu, which to me was the way that hand was going to have value.
Actually, ESP, I found that to be an interesting play. He actually threw the 5-pin instead of the 2-pin. Maybe because that Gwills actually Tadashi the 1-pin there, maybe.
So, I'm not all too sure. I was almost sure that was going to deal in, but nice defensive play coming from ESP.
Or another option is that he keeps keeping the drops anyway, but just for Tanyao, so with 1,500 points. Another option actually for that hand was that he might be keeping the 2-pin for a bit more safety rather than throwing the Sakigiring the 5-pin first, keeping the 2-pin. Not quite sure, but yeah.
Was well played. Now we have an interesting situation where Koala probably goes for Chinitsu here. It's not very good shapes, but the Pinfu isn't that good, and there are a lot of things you can call here.
Yeah. And Chinitsu in the Dora suit as well is pretty nice. Does have maybe even... maybe. Sunshock is a little bit far away, but it is there.
If you draw the 6-mon, you start seriously thinking about it. Other than that, probably not.
Mm.
Let's see. Gwills has some very good shapes, but may take a bit. You still have that annoying Hanchan you need to get rid of.
Yeah.
The Jay has has to start thinking about Chinitsu himself, which he kind of is committing to with these discards.
Yeah. It's funny. I feel like the hand looks a lot better than it actually is. Like it feels like you look at it, it's just like, oh, lots of pins, probably Honetsu, but then you actually have a good look at it, it's just like, oh, this is really shit. Like,
especially now with the 8-pin basically dying. He's super fortunate that comes out.
Yeah, he's not feel like he's not actually very happy about those calls. Like it was kind of a forced into them. Meanwhile, Gwill's feels
what it was.
Yeah.
Gwill's hand is moving forward. Everything's looking good. And Koala hasn't given any indication. No calls yet. But ESP is already at Tempai.
I'm not going to attempt to read that weight because I'm nowhere good enough.
I am going to look at all the red tiles on the board and assume that it is a 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 weight.
It's something along those lines. And does
No
Yaku. No Yaku. Yeah, so like what which of the tiles deal into a Yaku weight as well for ESP? I don't actually think any of them do.
The 9-mon will.
There's the Ipeco.
Oh yeah, the Ipeco is in there.
Yeah.
So 7-mon doesn't deal in. 3-mon into a Pinfu.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Ooh, yeah, that's a very interesting play.
That's interesting. Possibly dodging out of the way of a none of the Hakus are out yet, and Koala's definitely threatening some kind of flush hand.
Oh, and of course the 6 comes the very next.
That's quite unfortunate. Anyhow, Gwill's Ricci now. This looks to be 6-mon Tunky. And it is 6-mon Tunky. At least, no. Wait, hold on.
No, it's a 5.
Yeah, there's also the 5-mon somewhere in there.
Right. Because then you'd have the Hanchan, because you'd have 1-mon as the pair, and the 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6.
Koala Tenpai now on the Genbutsu Tuso. Feel like we're oh boy.
Oh, there it is.
Massive sumo. So this is Shinitsu Dora 2. Unfortunately, no Baimon, only the Hanuman here. The big note is the Oyakabari on AUNSW Wanderers. So shifting the point situation now. East 4, Koala Dealership. Not looking great for Notice Me Tenpai now. Basically relegated to 4th place, not only in this game, but probably the final series.
Well, you don't feel that bad about it because you have to just keep playing for value with this point spread. It was last Hanchan was basically the last chance to do anything particularly towards standard point building. Now we look at these hands, and Gwills has an ugly shape for Itsu, but that's probably the only thing there. Koala has some very good shapes and could end up waiting on Dora Tonki. ESP has a lot of potential, and interestingly, the same suit Itsu as Gwills, and Jay has, interesting with the way this hand goes, probably moves to Honitsu. Maybe you could keep it closed or draw the 0 pin, and then you could move towards a more standard shape. That 7 pin's really nice.
Yeah, that was a very nice feel.
I do not understand the 2 pin there. The if you want to go for the Itsu, you cut the 3-mon. If you want to go for the a regular hand, you could always cut 1 Tuso, but the 2 pin doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, 2 pin feels like maybe it's even like maybe like the 4th tile down on the list you would cut here. Yeah, if you're gonna cut the 1 Tuso here, why didn't you just cut it before? Possibly.
Yeah, it feels
None.
even worse now because
Yeah.
you have the way the hand's moving, and you're cutting the 9, so this is a commitment to Tanyao, which would be the only reason you'd ever cut the 2 in the first place.
Hmm.
But even so, the 4-pin still keeps Tanyao and keeps better acceptance overall.
Yeah, I'm not all too sure. Anyway, Koala, still not much progression in the hand whatsoever. We can see by the shaded tiles, it's been a lot of Sumagiri. ESP with a copy of the Dora now is actually quite live. The rest are stuck somewhere in the wall as well. So,
Oh, and yeah, there's the 1-pin.
yeah. Now, is Ishan 10 though, Gwills is? Draws back into the 2-pin here.
Gets stuck with it no matter how much Wills clearly hates the idea. But
yeah, takes the
the
Tenpai.
Hanchan for Richinomi.
It's an interesting way to hand turned into Tenpai here. Best case scenario, obviously, they'd be looking for the red 5, but other than that, it's
Well, there's only one red 5, and it's in ESP's hand.
Yep.
The is completely dead.
Yeah, it's yeah, there's not much to be crossing your fingers for here.
It's a bit of a bluff at this point because you don't expect to win that, and a late Richinomi there is bad overall, but as an attempt to secure the points, it's not that bad. The problem is you have a 4th place player who simply doesn't care because he has no reason to care.
Yeah, 5-8. I believe 5-8 pin now for Jay. Huts comes out. He's probably that probably broke his heart for a moment, and then he sees ESP and Koala drop 1 and feels a lot better about it. Now the 8, so ESP probably thinking about whether or not they want to call, decides to pass on it. And we're shaping up to enter Rukoku here, probably. There's no 5 months left for Gwills, and it's unlikely to come out for ESP's hand. The only game changer would be a 5-pin.
Yeah, you might see a Tenpai call for Koala, but Koala gives up. So this looks like it very likely is heading towards a draw, but we will see on the very last one.
Oh, there's the 5-pin. Oh boy. Why are you slow rolling that? Hote Ricci 2,600. Is that Jay's second Hote of the night?
Yes, it is. And his second slow roll on the Hote too.
Yeah, it's I believe he's been adopting a no auto run. He does not turn the auto run anymore rather to maintain his focus in the game. I think the argument is if you're not focused enough to press the RON button, you're not focused enough. Anyway, South won.
Just making excuses for being a jerk.
South won now. Dora is the 7-pin, 1 copy for Gwills, and a red 5 for Jay. Is this Kokshi maybe for Koala?
It's
definitely.
so far away, but that's the only way you're going to get value from this, unless it just backs into a Haritsu. But if he keeps going, you'll certainly take it.
Yeah, I mean, considering the point situation, if he does want to catch a UNSW, he does need a Yakuman here. So I wouldn't fault him for actually going for it. I mean, he does have how many tiles now? He has 9 tiles or so now. So yep. Yeah, and also Gwills is in last place at the moment, so this is the perfect chance. He doesn't really need to win, but then Gwills is dealer, so maybe you want to kick him off dealer. I don't know. Anyway,
yeah, that is a commitment to the Kokushi now, cutting the middle pin tile, and Jake's hand actually developed quite nicely for a potential Ricci Tanyo Dora waiting on Sunso, attempting to redeem his heresy earlier.
Praise is baby come back is the tone right now. Sunso, he might actually even give up on the Sunso soon if he draws in the direction of the Mun's tiles he has here. Gwill's with a 7-so pawn will progress towards an open hand, trying to capitalize on the dealership here. Now, the 6-mon is what I was expecting to, enable him to cut the Sunso weight. So a little bit more heresy here. And another pawn for
also
Gwill.
going Fury 10, and that's actually a really good draw because now he can cut the 2-3 mon and aim for Sun Shuku on top of everything else.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a pretty solid progression towards that as well. Meanwhile, let's zoom back in.
Wow.
Oh boy,
No,
here we go.
The big hand. That's the hand they're looking for, but
All right.
okay.
So free 6. Oh no.
No.
And a Kanya will end it all, but at least there's actually going on.
Yeah. So it was a free 6 8-pin versus 4-7 mon. Today is not Jay's day, and Gwills hits him on the head again, I believe.
That is called karma for the slow roll.
Yep. Unfortunate for Jay. Now, South 1-1 Honda, pair of the pair of the Green Dragons for Gwills, and with the Dora being 6-so in Koala's hand, which actually looks to be pretty fast here.
Koala's the hand I'd most like to have. You even possibly take the... Oh, that's not good. You also possibly even have a open Sunshuku, although you'd prefer more than that. Wills has basically a backdoor towards Honitsu. The hand's pretty boring. There isn't much you can do with it. J-Cake's hand is bad. And ESP's, you have that Onko of the Shah. You could start calling aggressively if you want it because it is your Yakuhai. But the whole hand is just kind of awkward.
Yeah.
3-pin for Koala really moves this hand forward. This is now Nishan 10 for Dora 3.
Yeah, it's in a pretty exciting hand for Koala here. Now, whether or not they actually manage to temper is a whole nother question, considering how tonight's games have, how this game has been going. But Cole on the 8-mon here for Gwills moves himself towards the Honitsu line.
Gets rid of one of the most obnoxious blocks in that whole hand, so I definitely like that play. Koala picks up another Dora. Time to cut the 2-pin here. You could also go aggressive and cut the 9 pins, but I don't like that play.
I believe it maximizes the Ukure, but I don't like it personally at all.
Yeah, if you cut the 2-pin last time, it's the exact same now.
Yeah. So it didn't matter in the end. Reached Dora 3 now for Koala. We're looking at 4-7 mon. Should draw the...
It's also Tempai, by the way.
Yeah, did manage to Tempai. Now shifting around, it's a 1-4 Huts weight now.
Including the 1-mon Genbutsu, so it has a decent chance of coming.
Or
you
would
drop yourself like that.
We should mention that it was actually 3-10 for Gwills, but it doesn't really matter if you're going to draw the Huts yourself anyway. Yeah, Furi 10 is a strong Yaku, maybe. It draws a lot of flow to you. Sounding a little bit.
Seems to work out nicely there.
Sounding a little bit like Jay now. South 1-2 Honda. Gwills is stepping on the gas pedal now. We're shaping up to be a pretty exciting South round now. Now, we should mention that ESP can take a 3rd place here.
ESP is like, okay, Jay, just stay down in that hole and everything's fine.
Yeah. When would you start panicking as ESP? Like, do you ever panic as ESP, rather?
Only if someone starts going on a rampage. Basically, you're still going to be highly defensive. If the game gives you something, you take it, but you're not going out of your way to expose yourself to any danger.
Yeah. All right.
That's an interesting draw, though, for ESP. Does decide to cut the Penchun there. Possible Itsu, maybe shut this whole mess down rather than let things continue. Jay's hand is pretty slow, but there is a bunch of value there. Koala has some really bad shapes. I don't really know what you'd even do with that.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those hands where it kind of plays itself, and you just cross your fingers for good draws because there's not much to be playing for there. There's an
Right.
outside 3-4-5 Sun Shocking maybe, but like it's very far away.
Well, that pair of fives so is kind of nice. We look at Gwill's hand, and the dream here is clearly the 5-6-7 Sunshuku, but may take a bit to get there.
Knowing how Grills has been playing, probably considering it's their dealership, they'll also just take any 10 pie they can get. Even maybe even a rich Nomi 10 pie even.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise, but I'd still like to cut the one pin here unless forced otherwise. Ooh,
Now,
that's
Dora. So Tanyao
looks a lot more like a Tanya Dora type hand with how it's been playing. But ESP's hand is coming together nicely for the Shunten for Itsudora. Jay's hand is finally starting to come together, but it still has that awkward sun so that he's going to have to cut eventually. And we know he loves doing that.
Now, a pawn from Gwills for the 7-pin confirms he is moving towards that Tanya Dora line. Not much to comment on there. Just trying to maximize the repeats on their dealership.
Yeah. So Gwills actually goes for the wider Ishan 10, but has the problem that the 5 Mon is going to be a Furry 10 unless you can manage to pwn the 3.
Yeah, and now we end up on a 6-7 weight, 6-7 Mon weight for Gwills. So best case scenario it looks like here.
And of course, ESP is a little disappointed because ESP wanted to simply call the 3 and go to Tempai waiting on 5-pin.
Now, 7 Mon is actually dead, so we can only find the 6 Mon for Gwills, which also happens to be.
It's all in Jay's hand.
Yeah, it also happens to be
from the sun.
dead.
So we'll see that he is clearly not a priest in that religion anymore.
Yeah, I might have to call up Butane and report some heresy.
ESP finds Tempai, but doesn't like it.
No need to stick your neck out here. Now, 5-Mon conversion is possible, however, it would be for a 10 and a little bit questionable. So does stick on the 6-7 for now. Here's the red 5. Unlikely to come out. Might get stuck. No, does not. And it looks like we might end up in Rukoku here.
Well, Koala may push it if given the chance to go for K10, but
yeah, 6 Mon, 3 Mon.
Oh, that's
3 Mon probably brings 4 Mon out, right? Yeah, it does. Yeah. So 3-man Tenpai for Koala, Gwill, and J Cakes. So 1,000 to each of them from ESP. Still nothing to panic at though.
No, it's disappointing you lose 3,000. More annoying the dealer turn continues. But again, as long as Jay is in that hole, you're not worried about it.
Yeah. So South 1, 3 Honda now. We're stacking our way slowly to 9 Honda. Pair of the Chun for Gwills, pair of the Haku and East for Jay. Pair of Doors for ESP, and is this utter garbage? It's almost utter garbage. Actually, no, it is utter garbage.
Jay's hand is moving towards Toy now, which is perfectly fine. ESP says, "Oh, thank you for getting rid of that. We now have a Sanshuku direction and a Hatsu direction, or maybe even both." Koala's hand is slow and needs some help. And Gwills is probably just looking to call the tune and get this garbage over with because there's not going to be any value in this.
Yeah, it's Gwills' game plan probably doesn't change just trying to stack dealerships as much as possible here. However, this hand definitely will start to turn the tide. Maybe it's his hand is not the
Jay
fastest.
decides not to call the Haku. I don't know about that.
It's definitely a little strange. Might be looking towards may have been looking towards Chi Toy, but the second Haku comes out and does take the immediate pawn.
Well, I think Jay has to wonder, do I want to go for Toy Toy or Hanitsu? And keeps both options open for now.
Hmm.
And that's a good draw for Wills.
Khan.
Okay.
Jay wants an extra draw here and doesn't find anything.
Well, it's not necessarily the extra draw so much as it's the extra chance of Dora and the extra foo. So I like it.
Mm-hmm. Will's progressing the hands steadily here. The sumo for ESP does up.
3色同順ドラにドラ
This Khan does upgrade his hand to a manga, and we're looking at Sunshoku Dora red for 8,000 points to ESP. Now we go from I'm not exactly comfortable, but I don't really mind, to okay, you guys can do whatever. I'm good here. Now, what do you feel about ESP's hand? Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Actually, no, it's a lot more trash than I think it is.
Yeah, it's pretty trash. The question: did you want to go to a Hanitsu? And it keeps. I kind of like cutting the 6-mon earlier, just because I don't know which Hanitsu suit I'm going to go into. But
no,
that's not going to be
just discard it.
Yeah.
But you're looking for a way to possibly blow your lead. Reckless Cons can do it.
Without a doubt. Now,
so I think that ESP, like, he's not gonna, take a massive last from this position on. So we're really looking at Koala and Grills from now on, because they're basically, one of them has to go on top of has to be placed on top of the other one, and then the position changes between Chombo, Nomi, and Tile Dreaming. So it's basically a 2-person match between Koala and Grills from this point onwards.
Yes,
would you agree?
Basically the same way I see it. It's a fight for second now. ESP's basically locked up first, and Jay has not helped himself, even though he needed quite a bit. And there's the backfire on Gwills.
The 5-mon draw for Jay. Looking pretty good so far, and ESP takes a Chi. How do you feel about this Chi? Is he moving towards a Sozu Honitsu?
2 options. It gives him the Honitsu or it gives him Chanta, both of which are fine. Again, he wants to end this. There's so many safe tiles, you don't really care.
Yeah. Basically 6 turns worth of safety with that Unco of the East and North.
And now you can call that, and literally anything you draw in either of those suits gives you Tenpai.
Mm-hmm.
Any honor, even a furry 10 honor, is perfectly fine.
Yeah, definitely looking to tear dealership away from. He looked to tear it away from everyone, but away from Jay is pretty critical here. Now we do see Tenpai for Gwills, 6-pin 9-so. Reach on the door as well. Reach as well from Jay. A Hanchan 8-mon, I believe. Yeah, Hanchan 8-mon for Reach Dora 2. Very important dealership here for Jay. Sumo for Gwills. Reach Sumo Aka. We're looking at potential Ura free here. Ura free for Gwills. Hanuman to jump into, I think it's back into first place, actually.
Oh, yes, by quite a bit. And this is terrible news for Koala. ESP's like, that's fine. We're good. And Jay's, well, I'm done.
Yeah, Jay's packing up his keyboard and mouse, getting ready to go home.
I think he only needs 6-tuple Yakuman to have a chance.
Maybe even 2 of them. It's unfortunately it's pretty over for Notice Me Tenpai.
If I'm Jay at this point, I'll just try and go for quick, fast hands and end the suffering.
Yeah, just go
This
home.
isn't doing anything. And
Yeah.
Will, just basically the same situation. I want a fast turn. I want this to end. Everything's looking pretty good. I only have to deal with Koala's last dealer turn. Although those are some really lousy shapes. That 2-man helps a lot, though.
Another option for JK is that he can just play the what happened in M League, where if you're losing by quite a lot, you can just play like make sure you don't actually feed into anyone's hand. That's another
The
option.
defensive, basically watch and see how things are going.
Yeah.
Koala passes on the tune, interestingly. It was high. Ooh, that's an interesting discard.
Maybe looking for just straight value and going for like Itsu. Does feel a little far away though, but I guess it's the only explanation is that could explain the not taking the Chun and the Forso.
Well, I could certainly see not taking the Chun if you want to be a little greedier, but it's dead now. That was the last one. So you've basically locked that in as your pair, and that means any other hand you build is going to necessarily be cheaper.
Does lose that Pinfu opportunity. Just Pon, Tenpai now for Gwills, Sunso, praise Sunso. Now Jay's pretty vulnerable here. May eventually cut the 3-1 shape. Probably won't because praise Sunso.
Yeah, he needs the Yaku here. He's going for the
the Sun Shoku. Yeah. I did miss the Sun Shoku. For whatever reason, I just assumed he already had a Yaku.
Well, if he does draw another, well, if he does draw another Sun, so he's definitely going to cut it. So there you go.
Right, and he will be punished appropriately.
Rounding out a very exciting final series into a equally exciting final half of the game. Does seem like ESP is content on just sitting around and letting his dealership pass.
Oh yeah, if I'm ESP, I'm not even taking Tenpai at the end of the round. Forget this. And takes the Domiton for Pinfudora too, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, definitely. No need to be pushing anything considering his team's advantage. So, yeah, I hate to say it, but it does look like first place is locked in for AUNSW Wanderers. I mean, last time I said that, upsets happened.
Just trying to build up some drama.
I mean, if Koala can get like 2 dealer Yakuma, or like a dealer Yakuma in the hand, it's definitely possible.
And JK suffering continues to be in the negative.
Yeah, 5,800 for ESP. And yeah, as you mentioned, JK falls into the negatives here. Not the game he wanted, but the game he is given. South 3, 1 Honda now for ESP. Now now that I think about it, the last time I said 5,008, someone is locked in for their dealership. Rather locked in for first place. There was at least 2 games left in the league. So I'm gonna, if I was a betting man, I would say that there's no way AUNSW Wanderers falls from first place here.
Yeah, given this lead, even if Koala, who's the only person that could honestly catch at this point, goes on a super rampage, it's going to still be quite a bit. Now, J-Cakes has a very strong Ishan 10 and looks to be by far the most advanced hand here. ESP is somewhat slightly behind with some shapes that can move with Tanya, possibly Peiko, but it's just so far behind compared to what Jay has.
It looks like Koala here is pretty much forcing his hand to be some sort of a Sun Shoku on this 789. Throwing, aggressively throwing the 5-man, rejecting the Lianmen, and basically trying to get as many points as he can.
Well, the thing is, Ricci Sumo Dora is perfectly fine in that situation, unless you're specifically playing for first. And if you're playing for first, you're going for Yakugan anyway.
Mm.
I don't. Oh, I guess Jay's keeping the 8 so just for the possible Dora acceptance. I would have gotten rid of the 8 there, though. But ESP's hand is slowly advancing, and Gwil's is basically stuck with a bunch of really bad shapes.
Yeah, the hand definitely looks a lot better than it actually is. Like, the double door is nice, but there's no convenient way to complete the hand.
ESP has a really obnoxious shape now with the 3557. And there's not much you can do about it at this point. The only concern I would have in ESP's position is the lack of defense, that anyone could reach you at any time. We know that the only person that could reach you is the one he's least worried about. Ooh, why did Jake not take that Tempai? Ricci Sumo Dora 2?
Yeah,
I there has to be some sort of
it could be that he's so far in the pits that he's just trying to make like big plays.
Yeah, it looks like an attempt to force the 3 or 4 5 Sanshuku, but that requires the 3 and 4 Mon to pull off, and there just aren't that many of them. And yeah, ESP is probably folding at this point, which is what he should be doing. Gwil's is stuck, almost looking like Cheetoy. And see, yep, there it is. That is the punishment for Jay.
Yeah.
Is now he gets the Fury 10 on top of everything else.
I believe my headphones have actually stopped working, which is why I didn't hear anything for a good 7 seconds.
Anyway, so ESP is perfectly content to let this hand expire. Jay is, of course, punished for not trusting Dora. And Koala and Gwills are both like, yeah, this hand's over. There's not much either of them can do about it. But Jay does manage to draw the 6.
A 410 sumo for reach into Aura Arca. No Aura, however.
But it's the same Mongun he would have had anyway, since we are with Tiriage Mongun.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure what to say. It's just like, yay, Mongun, but what do I do with it?
Exactly. So now we have the really interesting situation. ESP is completely locked up first. It's over without a triple dealer Yakumon or some other such nonsense. And Nozomi Tenpai is done. But we have a really interesting position battle for second, in that Koala needs to overtake Gwills. Now, ESP, of course, is like, I don't care about this. I just want this game to end. But Koala is going to call anything, if at all possible. That hand's not developing any value unless there's Honitsu on top of it. So it's going to go for probably speed over value anyway. And Gwill's hand is, well, low Shanten, but bad. Because you're still going to have that 3-so weight that has to be filled up. You're probably going to end up having to cut the 8-9 Mon. It's just really slow right now.
Definitely not much.
Cut the Dora.
Yeah, I think Koala's definitely just going for like as fast as possible now, just looking for something at all. Gwills is probably in the situation, the same situation, just trying to end the game, and so is ESP.
ESP picked up a really nice draw there, filling out that Hanchan, and is now Ishan 10 with 2 very good shapes.
I'm not sure about that
Goes
Khan
with the
there.
mean con.
Yeah, I don't know, but at the same time, it feels a little inconsequential right now.
Yeah, that's it. Well, the Forza comes out, it will be cheat, but that is not Tempai still.
Yeah. I mean, I can only say
But
that.
ESP now, we have 2 Tempais because that will result in a call, cutting the 9 pin. And now it's just a showdown between the 4-7 and the 1. Nope, there it is. That is the match.
And it's over.
And just in case Jay thought he would ever get out of the negatives, he was sent back.
Hatsdora Aka for ESP, rounding out the game. Now, that is both first in the match and first in the league for his team. So congratulations to ESP and AUNSW Wanderers for a very strong performance in the finals. Now, because that was the last match, I'm able to pull up ESP for a quick interview. We'll just double check if he is ready for if he's all right for that.
In the meanwhile, do you have any comments on the match, Korak, or anything like that?
No, just solid play from several different people. The interesting dynamic was, of course, the team scores going in. The last Hanchan depends so much on how everything is going comparatively, but the hands themselves were mostly played straightforward. There were some questionable brute forces of Sunshoku's at different places, but I thought the game was pretty exciting.
Yeah, exactly. I also felt the same way. Like, quite a number of people were actually just trying to force Sanshoku's, and pretty much destroying a lot of their Ukeide. Especially from, I guess, from Jay, because, I mean, he is in last place, so he really did need to actually force some points. But, yeah, after all, it is the final match. There is nothing else after this, so, some of those plays were necessary, some of those a bit more questionable. But, yeah, overall, a pretty solid match.
All right, and with that, I would like to welcome Mai and Chewy to the interview desk. We don't have ESP quite yet. However, just starting out. Congratulations to both of you for rounding out such a powerful performance in the finals. From memory, you guys came into the final series at a 3rd place, rounding and finishing up at first with a score of 217.1 in the finals alone, not including what you went into it. How are you guys feeling right now?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so how are you guys feeling right now? It was a very strong performance in the finals.
Well, I guess I'll start off and I'll say that the team worked out quite well because everyone was positive in the regular season and everyone was positive in the finals. So it was a, very well-rounded team effort.
Yep. Any other comments from maybe ESP or Mai, or do you guys just agree that it was you guys put together a pretty strong team?
Yeah, I've definitely felt this tournament was really fun, and but my regular season were quite stressful, to be honest, because a lot of my games were really close towards the end. But I'm glad we were able to come through and actually take the grand prize.
Yeah, congratulations to you guys for that. Now, were you ever worried in the regular season that you might not qualify? I remember earlier on in the season, you guys were a little bit further down in the ladder, but you got back and climbed up all the way.
I think, well, towards the start, it was like, all right, we've got a decent start. And then we got into top 4, and it looked pretty easy to get into finals. And then ESP had that one game where I think he went like bust or something, and it was like a minus 70 points. And the ESP was like super tilted as well because like he even said before the game that he is always more confident in playing than in not playing, and he just regret saying that like right after. And he was just like he doesn't want to play the game anymore. And then he kept saying like his Saint 3 is a lie, his whole life is a lie, and like
I did not say that.
something like that, right? And well, then it was like okay, and so how it worked out in the regular season was I actually had like I think 2 out of the so what we're gonna do is like put ESP in like 1 extra game because he's supposed to be our ace, and he was just like nah, and then he's like just like oh you guys play at the end, and I played 2 games. I think Mai played 1 and ESP played 1 in the final week, and I think that's how we secured the finals.
I predicted at the start of the season that Chewy would get the most points out of our team. I'm not sure if that's still true.
Yeah, I think maybe that happened in regular season. I think ESP might have more points than me. I got like, I'm still not sure. I think I got roughly
would be really close.
Yeah, I think I got like 80 points in the finals, and ESP got like 100 and something maybe. So then I think we're roughly around the same overall throughout the whole season. And I didn't really believe Mai there because ESP had a pretty big lead on me. And I think that ESP would be our carry, but then I kind of stepped it up towards the end of the regular season as well. That was quite nice.
Yeah, and you really closed the gap in the first day of the finals. Like, bringing it down to like 100 points from Trombone Army, I think.
Yeah, I think it was like a team effort because we closed like half the gap in the first day, half the gap in the second day, and even more than half the gap because we got 3 first in the second, which is quite nice.
Actually, talking about the final season, did you think that 170 points was a pretty tough, feat to actually do, especially in 8 matches between Saturday and Sunday? Or you thought, well, even if we had such a big gap, we can still definitely close that gap. What was your mindset going to it?
Well, I personally genuinely believe that all 3 of us are just better players than Chombo Nomi. Like,
so cocky.
So cocky.
Like, I mean, I was watching some of like Ozbol's wins in the regular season, and I was like, not exactly sure how he kept winning.
It's magic.
Yeah, it's some kind of magic, but in the end, I do believe that like when it comes down to actual decision making, I think that like this team is supposed to be stronger. Luck does play a part, obviously, and sometimes luck prevails over decision making.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah. Well, moving on then. Once again, congratulations to you guys for rounding out a very, a very respectable regular season, but also a very, very strong final series. So you do take the $20 Amazon gift card or 4 months of Tenho Premium each. We will, I believe, it will be either Tottori or Cheese will contact you guys after that. But once again, thank you very much for playing, and congratulations on your win. And with that, we actually round out the not only the evening but the league entirely. So just recapping the scores very quickly, we finish up with AU NSW Wanderers in first place at 305.4 points. Tile Dreaming climbing into second at 146.4. Chombo Nomi falling to third at 117.6, and Notice Me Tenpai unfortunately rounding out the season at -61.2. Once again, we'd like to thank Korak for taking time out of his day to guest commentate for us. Thank you, Korak, and thank you for Nosti for joining us on the commentary desk and running tonight's stream. Any comments from you guys at all?
I definitely want to thank the organizers for taking their time, and especially to Cheese, who does all the stats.
Oh boy.
Especially for the Mahjong Soul games, because those are automatically generated. Yeah.
I think that would be quite a pain as well. And I think the tournament was very well run. It was super fun to play. And it was nice to see like everyone commentate, different commentators, and it was super nice to play. And the scheduling and everything went like really, really smoothly. Like we barely had anyone barely had anyone like late or had to sub in or whatever. Like I think there was a bunch of people who were like prepared to be like mercenary or subs or something, but they didn't even get to play.
Yeah. Any final comments from Korak, our guest for tonight?
Nothing special other than congratulations to AUNSW for some solid play and winning the league.
All right.
All right, and with that, I think we will actually round it out tonight. So, thank you to all the players once again. Thank you for all the commentators along the entire league series, and thank you to all the viewers who are tuning in and taking, the past 4 hours of their night to watch the Australian style of mahjong. I've been very, I guess you could say, honored to be on the commentary desk, and we hope to see you next time. For now, goodbye, and just keep playing mahjong, and we'll see you sometime again. And hello and welcome back to the desk. Now, for those of you who are actually still here, I made a slight mistake and didn't get a memo. We will also be interviewing Tile Dreaming tonight. So the second place team, we are just in the process of grabbing them for the interview right now. So just hang tight for that.
Yeah, I mean, while we hang tight, I just want to say like really big thank you to Cheese. There's actually quite a lot of work that has gone into the stats, as you probably can imagine, especially from both Tenho and Majsol, especially in getting like the Richi stats and the Ipatsu whatnot. Those stats are really difficult to actually get in Majsol, and I believe Cheese actually has to go through one by one to actually figure it out. Would that be correct, or?
So for Tenho, there is a bot which they can use to just pass through all the information. Mahjong Soul, I'm not actually sure if they're in the stats or if Cheese just disregards them. But if Mahjong Soul is in there, they would have to just do it individually, hand by hand.
Yeah.
Now for Tile Dreaming, I do have Gwil's IOSQ and Rerial in the in the cold. So welcome to you guys, and congratulations on a pretty well fought second place.
Hello, thanks.
Yeah, so I guess like the main question I have for you guys is walking into the final series, what were your end goals? Did you ever think that you were definitely aiming to hit Chombo Nomi in first, or did you kind of fall into second place and just shooting for that one?
So after I took the fairly big loss tonight, it was kind of out of the question that we were going to be able to take Chombo Nomi. But certainly before that loss, there was a possibility that was on our minds.
I see. And I guess while we actually have Gwills on the desk, you at what point did you start thinking about second? Was it the beginning of the game, or was it at the end of the or like halfway through the last game?
Probably like once I got into the lead, I was like, oh, maybe this can happen. You know, maybe that's the thing.
Yeah, I see. All right. And would you guys like to just comment on a little bit of your strategy going into the final series? As AUNSW Wanderers did talk about how they wanted their carry ESP to play a couple more games. Did you guys have anything like that, or did you kind of just go, "Oh, we'll play an equal amount of games and see what happens"?
One of us put like random number generator, and it gave us a bunch of positions, and then we played in those positions basically. Yeah. But I think I'd also sort of like to cheekily add that I think the team was happy for me to be in the fourth, sort of in the all last, right? Because I sort of tend to play like a lunatic, high variance kind of like. So I think that was fun, and I certainly tried to play in a fun way.
SBT might have lost our. Are you still there?
Hello? Yeah. Sorry, I may have disconnected for a moment. Yeah. So,
can anyone hear me? Sorry.
Hello. Yeah. Welcome back. Yeah. So your mic seems to be working now.
Yeah.
Oh, just to comment on how we did our roster. I missed part of that conversation. Yeah, the first day was just random number, but second day we decided to go with our best performing by stats our worst performing by stats to our best performing by stats. But we did a last minute swap with the third game today with Aka. He had like a little fortune thing done for him and gave him like a 1 out of 100, so he decided to swap out with me. But yeah, that's pretty much how our roster went.
Yeah, I see. Did you guys have any other comments, or were you pretty content on how you finished up this season?
I'm just happy I got redemption at the end of this season. I'm really happy with second, honestly. First, obviously, it would have been nice, but I'm stoked for second, honestly.
Yeah, it's upgrade from our previous tournament position of third, so pretty happy about it.
We'll just try to keep the trend going. But I was happy. Second was really good. I'm really happy with second. I didn't think we would do that well, and I'm also glad that someone other than New South Wales did well.
And yeah, I believe that is actually good to hear, because it's been it's very nice to see more of the western side of Australia jumping on the Mahjong train. Right, wait, no, you guys are
we're very East Coast, yeah.
Right, yeah, you're the Queensland team. Never mind. Never mind. Well, it's even so. It's very nice to see Mahjong from Queensland beginning to pop up. So yeah, thank you to you guys for playing, and this time we'd like to thank all the viewers for tuning in and joining us for our final interview of the season. Yeah, so once again, I've been SBT. Thank you for Korak sticking around this entire time. Thank you for Nosti for running the stream and having to panic around with me for this last 5 minutes or so. And thank you for everyone for tuning in tonight. On behalf of the Australian Mahjong Richie Association, we are signing out for the last time this season. Thank you very much.